Microphone. Microphone. Okay, so that's fascinating. Okay. Alright, now I'm seeing something here. Alright. Let's try this one. Default, please? Do. That's not... Yeah. Nope.
Clayton Kellick says, hey, it's the number one, hey Ming, it's the number one you already know, but I don't know if you know this, but, oh, no, when did that come out? How come that just showed up now?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, your audio is coming through now.
My audio's coming through now. Now the only thing is that, monitor and output?
All the other audio coming through is the question.
Yeah. That is definitely the question. I have to make sure that it's going to webcam source. No, I don't want webcam source. Nope. Audio output device, though. On default, please. And monitor. No, I don't want a monitor on. Well, hopefully this will start playing. Speakers, audio in, global settings. This is, here we go. This is what I wanted.
What was the issue?
Well, the issue seems to be that in the audio settings, for some odd reason, everything decided to go back to, like, a random, default audio setting instead of the ones that they usually use. So, for some reason, they just decided to do that. I hadn't changed any settings.
Nice.
So there's that. Anywho, let's see here. I'm gonna just try to do this so that I can default it here. Technical issues. Okay. Let's see here. Audio capture. Hold on. When I go over here. Okay. Now the audio input is going. Okay. There. That's something. Alright. So I guess I can hear and the audio output is now coming through, so that's something. So. This I don't need though. Excellent. Alex, can you talk into the mic for a second?
Hello, yeah, he said he could hear us, me also.
Yes. Okay, great. Good. That's what was going on. I was noticing, like, at the very beginning, I wasn't seeing the monitoring, pieces there, and I was like, oh, that's odd, but it's not telling me that, like, it's showing audio on for all the channels, so. But, yeah. This thing is finicky. It's hard. I have to, like, have a team of experts give me like a testing equipment before we go live, like I'm a professional. But as Clayton probably knows, we're not professionals here.
No, far from professionals. Clayton, when are you coming on the show?
Yeah, Clayton, when are you coming on the show? That's also
when you coming on the show, buddy.
When you coming on the show? Coming on the show? You gonna talk about something when we're on the show? We have our 100th episodes coming up in next month, so that's something we gotta figure out. Oh, also taking suggestions on what people would like to see for that. So, okay, we are now good, and we're back. We're good, and we're back.
We are back. Ooh, yeah.
We are so back. And it is time.
Time to get back to your game?
It is. It's time to get back to my game, which people can now hear.
Yeah, look at that. They didn't miss a whole lot. That's fair.
Yeah. You didn't miss a whole lot of Among Trees. Oh, yeah, I guess I should reintroduce. This is Among Trees for anyone who is just joining us.
Anyone who was joining us before, we were just practicing our talking into microphones without audio skills.
That's right. I was trying my pantomime. So now that we're done with the pantomime, it's time to time to actually play Among Trees. And basically what we've been doing in this game is we wandered out into the middle of the woods because we felt like getting away from everything. And we found an old, rundown, abandoned cabin, which I'm running back to now. And that cabin needed to be repaired. So the first thing that I had to do was just get some materials together to repair it. Here we are. And now I'm just on the... I am on my quest to build out some of the outbuildings so that I can do some stuff. I have my little she shed over here, as you can see. There's this crafting station.
Canonically, your character is now a she.
I've determined that. You technically seem to have no form. But I was like, I can't really call this a man cave. This doesn't look like a man cave at all. This looks like a she shed. I'm just saying. Anyway. Cooking room. This is what I wanted to build. So, I need to get my driftwood. I need to get bolts.
You can't cook in any old room.
No. Are you kidding me? I need to cook in only the best room. What do I need? I need bolts, I need planks. I have planks. But I need to get some bolts. Okay. Luckily I can craft bolts. Craft, please. Craft 3 bolts. Alright. So now let's see what we got. Do I have enough? I have just enough. Time to build a cooking room, everybody. Mix ingredients and prepare meals for the road. Ooh, I can now also build a greenhouse and a brewing room. Alex, this is now going to be Brewing Simulator. I am going to create my own still. That's what this is all about now. A greenhouse and a brewing room. I need some hoof funguses.
You need some what funguses?
Hoof funguses.
Boy, that sounds disgusting.
Hoof funguses. I saw some earlier, but I didn't have the ability to pick them up. Alright, so let's see what we have for cooking food. Oh, wow.
Get the hoof fungus from the glue horses.
The glue horses. Yeah, you get the glue, and you also get the hoof funguses.
It would be a great callback if anyone could hear the original.
It would have been great. It would have been great. Have you ever had those jokes where people don't hear, like, all of it, they just hear the punchline, and it makes absolutely no sense?
No, never.
No?
It's
It's like just listen to like 5 minutes of someone trying to tell the aristocrats joke, and then you hear none of it, and then they just go, the aristocrats. And you go, oh, great joke. Yep.
Best joke.
Best joke. Some would say the bestest of jokes. Okay, so I can take a ton of stuff here and cook. Let's see what we can cook. Okay. Yes. Preparation time. Yes. And another. Oh, I see. Okay. What about beets? Oh, I can cook beets. Cook. Temperature too low. Oh.
Clayton Calix said, I'm sorry, did you just say you need some nut fungus?
Yeah, I do.
And he said, I mean, if you don't wash your nuts, you sort of get that, but I wouldn't know from any personal experience or anything. Yeah, that's the kind of content we need, thanks.
Listen,
and Ray's making cody sounds.
People come to this show to hear about nut funguses, Alex. That's just the way of it. We know this.
I don't feel like that's true. I don't think they come to the show in general, especially not for that.
Stay for the discussion about games. or come for the discussion about games, stay for the nut fungus. That's the new slogan. Alright. We're gonna get some chanterelles. Get some more sticks in there. Now we're getting somewhere. We are finally cooking up a storm.
Cooking up a storm? I thought you were cooking up a fungus.
That too. If I stay in close to this, am I gonna get warmer? That's it. Look at all these lovely... Where did I get all these jars?
Where'd you get the jars? From the fungus.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, 100%.
I did for a second there start thinking to myself that it would be something if they said, no, you don't have jars. You have to make the jars yourself. Yeah.
Yep.
You have to... You need a furnace to make the glass.
I'm all for having to make the glass.
I guess,
I know. Ray and I did yard work today, so...
Yeah.
Yep. This is a whopping 50 degrees out today.
It was pretty great.
Whopping 50 degrees. Yeah, we put down a bunch of mulch.
Nice.
Yeah, a bunch of mulch. We still have shit ton of mulch in the front yard.
No,
So
I
much mulch.
understand.
What'd we get? A truckload? Truckload.
Truck of mulch.
Yeah.
Oh, we need sticks.
It was what is it? 5 cubic yards of mulch.
Oh my god. That's a lot of mulch. It's a lot of mulch.
It is a lot of mulch indeed. Also, welcome to Clayton Pellets for joining our Discord server. He's been over on our website currently.
Yes, thank you for joining us on the website.
Which, he was saying that we need a dark mode, and I was saying we actually plan on making it smaller.
Yes.
It's gonna be that.
Whoa! Moving on. Oh no! Oh, okay, I guess it's fine. Never mind.
I can make a dark mode.
I'm thinking we can make it dark.
Do that. I don't see why not. Did it have options for that? Oh, we're probably...
We're switching it up.
Yeah, we're gonna move it somewhere.
So, yeah.
Oh no. They're doing design stuff.
That's
Here,
what we do.
It's fine, I'm gonna just be an urban lumberjack to cut down these trees. Nice. Now I'm sleepy.
I feel like everything you're doing in this game is just like illegal.
Everything I do in this game is kill people?
Illegal.
No, illegal.
Well,
Is it
you're
legal?
squatting. This isn't even your place.
You're just cutting down trees on who knows whose property.
Listen, okay. The trees were just hanging out here. And, like, what's the problem? What's the problem?
You know,
Look, there's a hoof fungus.
great.
No one else was
Fungus
using
for
the
your
hoof.
hoof.
No one else was using the hoof fungus. I used the hoof fungus. What's the problem? So what? So what if this is public park land? It doesn't matter. It's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. Listen. Sometimes you feel like just wandering on to a national park and setting up a camp.
I want you to know that Clayton calls you a tree thief, and he's accurate.
Listen. The trees understand me. Okay. The trees know what's up.
They totally know what's up.
Not them anymore.
It's true. They don't.
Alright. I now have... Alright. Great. So now... Do I actually have... I think I now have the ability to actually eat. So that's good. I can eat that. Great. I now have so many things I can eat. Beautiful. Problem solved.
Problem solved.
Problem solved. New problem presents itself. I need a storage attic. Badly. And what else do I need? Glue! Lime minerals. Fish bones. Metal plating. I can make metal plating. Huh? Reinforced planks. Bolts. I'll need those reinforced planks for the bears. Oh, yeah, okay, so there's a watering can I get to unlock. I probably do that after you get the greenhouse, I imagine.
Here's a question not for you, Nathan, but for Clayton, since he's listening, and I'm sure he's paid a little attention to BlizzCon.
Yes.
So, assuming you've seen anything, and we're going to talk about it on the show next, not this coming show, but the one after, because the way we record, are you excited for the 3 expansion announcement? Without going into details, because we're going to talk about it on the show, but if you want to come and talk about that on the show with us, you know. Making conversation.
I have 3 expansions all day long.
Yeah, so they announced the next 3, and now, which is a lot. That's more than they usually do.
Yeah. Does that take them through, what, 2026 or something?
That should take us through the next 6 years of the game.
Right.
After 2024, so... but we'll talk about that a little more in depth later. Also, can I swap the live chat? I can swap the live chat. Okay, cool. We don't have that. I'm trying to look at things. I don't remember how to use this website. You're so excited you wet your plants, timber. Look at you wet your plants. Wet their plants. They need those watering. Also, for Nathan, who probably doesn't know, Clayton's joining us from the past right now.
Oh, is he?
Yes, he lives far away to the west.
Oh, Canada?
It's the north. And, I mean, some of it's west, but it's north primarily.
Oh. Antarctica?
Sure, yeah, Antarctica. How'd you know?
I've heard good things about the Antarctica. They're good people up there. You can't chop down that tree.
You could. You definitely could. Also, I'm trying to figure stuff out on this thing and not remember how to do it.
Come on. Oh, I don't have stamina. Okay, there we go.
You have stamina? Is that what that bar is in the middle of your screen?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what that is. That's stamina. That's to tell me that I'm out of shape. It's the judgment bar.
The thing that's screaming at you that you're dehydrated.
Yes.
Indeed, dehydrated.
I am dehydrated. All the time. No, Bunny, don't run away. I need you. Fine.
It's funny. Hello, Clayton. Welcome to our voice chat and Discord.
Well, hello, friend.
Hello, Clayton. Now I can hear you.
You can. I haven't talked to you live in chat in a very long time.
Then, Wrath? Kata, maybe?
Probably not with voice.
No,
It's been
we've
a
talked
while.
since then.
Since then, yeah, it's been a little while.
Just not in-game.
Yeah, voice chat.
But yes, I'm very excited to the BlizzCon. I'm very mad, because I should have been at Anaheim for this.
Fair. I mean, you do live pretty close to it, comparatively.
I mean, there's an ocean between me and Anaheim, but yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like that's still less distance from the East Coast.
True. I'm planning on going next year.
Do it. It's their 20th anniversary. Wow, you have to.
I'm gonna get so drunk.
Even better.
I actually, because they have beers in cans that they sell, like limited edition, so I have some from 2019 that are unopened, and that will never be opened.
Nice.
That just gives them extra
Ferment that
flavor.
beer. Who needs to drink it when you can just enjoy the beer?
Well, they also had them on tap there, so I tried them before I bought the cans.
Okay.
Bring them back home.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the Murky
Oh,
Murloc beer. Yeah.
Murky Murloc beer.
I really love Murloc beer. Who would drink Murloc beer?
Those are busy bees.
Yeah, I don't like the look of that.
Hit them.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen?
My experience in games,
I mean, we've all played Valheim, right?
that's kind of what I thought was gonna happen. Yep. Run away. Come on. Yep, come on. Yep.
It's interesting how they got mad at you before you even hit them.
Oh yeah,
I'd
were,
be mad at Nathan too, to be honest with you.
they were already like on my radar.
On my radar.
They knew what
They
knew
knew
what.
what they knew what I was gonna do.
Yeah.
Range hit and run.
Yep.
That's the play.
Yeah. Now I gotta go see if I can get that
See if I can
honey.
get that honey.
Oh yeah, honey
Oh
time.
yeah, honey time.
He's whack.
He's whack.
Oh.
Oh,
Inventory is full. I can't carry anymore.
I can't carry him. Which is annoying
which
because
is
I
annoying
want.
because I want.
Okay, let me just leave.
Okay, let me just read that.
Honey.
Is that really the max bag slot you get in this game?
The initial backpack.
Backpack.
If you look,
If you look,
you can see that
you
there's
can see
other
that there's
backpack
other
slots
backpack slots.
and a
Ah,
12
okay.
limit. So I'm
Well,
guessing
with it,
this
so I'm guessing this
is something I can
is
craft.
something I
in,
can craft in.
but-
But there, I could never play a game with like this, with that much space, with how much farming I do. I can't live on 12 slots.
Well, when we did Breathage,
They
they had more slots, but everything had they had no stack limits.
They had no stack limit.
So every little thing
every
that you
little
had,
thing that you had
to be its own
had
little
to be its
slot.
own little slot.
This at least has stacks.
This at least has stacks.
So
So
I'm okay with
I'm
that.
okay with
I
that.
didn't enjoy Breathage for a lot of reasons we talked about.
I actually watched that video earlier.
Yes.
Okay. What did you think? Have you played Breathage?
No, based on what you guys did, I probably wouldn't want to play it.
Like, I don't put a lot of stock into game reviews, and we don't really review games anyways.
I mean, you sort of kind of do,
We talk about, like, what we feel.
in your own way.
Yeah, we had someone that commented. I deleted the comment because they're an asshole. like, you guys, it was when we talked about Starfield, of all things. And they were upset that Nathan, after 40 hours, hadn't, like, interacted with, like, the base building or anything like that, and didn't know how to do it because the game didn't explain it. And, they're just a dickwad. And I was like, you're just getting your comedy. They're like, terrible reviewers. I'm like, we're not reviewers. We talk about, like, things we like and don't like. We're not going to sit here and tell you not to try a game.
Yeah. And while technically that is, in a sense, a review, it's not like you guys are giving like in-depth reviews of all aspects of the game. You guys are basically giving your impression of what you experienced,
Right.
which is really what a review is.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Oh, that's true.
We had people on the old podcast with more tabletop stuff, because we do a mix now. They'd always be like, hey, will you do a review of the game for us? And we're like, no, but if you want to come on and talk about the game, we'd love to have you on.
It was what you've been trying to do with me since Next Fest.
Yep.
Oh, I played so many demos.
Yep.
I played more. I played more demos than I recorded. Than I have videos on YouTube for it for this last one.
Damn.
Because some of them I just didn't enjoy them, and I was like, I don't want to, because the way I look at demos for Next Fest, like is like this. Demos are all works in progress. Okay, nothing is going to be like the final product of what it's going to be. So I don't want to shit talk a game for 15 to 30 minutes.
Right.
And be like, oh, this game was absolutely trash. It's just, no, I'll just move on. Maybe in the Next Fest they'll have an update to it. It could be a better time around.
Right.
That's true. Very true.
Sure. Absolutely.
I mean, if it's still bad when it comes out, then I guess it's fair game.
Yeah, if it's still bad when it goes out, then it sucks.
Yeah.
I was trying to play Eco a little bit ago.
How did you like that? Because it's been on my wish list forever, and I've seen some people play it, but I just cannot figure out for myself if it's something I really want to get into.
I don't think I like it. It's very, very granular. And on your own, it's not like a Minecraft because it requires, like, community. So, like, on your own, it's really rough. But, like, I don't know how I feel. Like, I've put a couple hours into it, and I am not playing it anymore because I was just like, eh. But, like, I feel like it's just a lot.
I mean, visually, the game looks pretty.
Yeah, it looks okay.
not-
Like, it's a little voxel-based, but that's not terrible.
Yeah, and I think we have so many of those that we already play anyway, which is like, it's just another one.
Yeah, I
That's a
feel like-
terrible thing to say about a game, but it really does feel like just another one that we have in that genre.
Well, that's
Was
not-
like, if you don't play these games, maybe you'll like Eco instead.
Yeah. It's like, what was that? I was doing the thing, it's like, do this, do that, do the other thing. It doesn't explain it really well. There's no way to, like, sort out your crafting by, like, what you have materials for, which I hate. It's like, if I don't have the materials for 6 of these 10 recipes, don't show them.
Right.
Let me sort that out. I don't know, it's in theory a cool game, but also not very great to me. It's weird.
Alex, shut up for a minute. I just want to say that I'm gonna build a storage attic, and I'm so happy I finally get to do that.
You're gonna store your attic?
Yeah. Here we go.
What else do you do with your attic?
I don't want to talk about that on, stream. It's gonna get me in trouble. I have 4 extra storage boxes now. This is great. Let me go up and look at my storage boxes.
Can you fit one item in each box? Because that would be beautiful.
No. These are like, they're like my storage box down here, but there's 4 more of them up there. So that's significant. I can take a bunch of my supplies here, and I can put them up there.
You have to build that whole attic just to put like 3 boxes you could fit in your house.
I have 3 more boxes. I have 4 more boxes, I should say. Yeah.
What if you could have just fit them outside?
Yeah.
Like, can you just put the storage boxes outside?
Listen, Alex, you and your ideas about putting boxes outside.
Yeah, they
I
don't
don't-
need to be inside.
I don't know about you. I don't
Well,
know.
Well, I would like to welcome, currently known as Dedham,
Dead 'em.
to the chat.
Dead 'em.
Dedham.
I
Dead 'em.
will remain Dedham all through Christmas, just to spite.
Spite Christmas?
Yes.
Perfect. Sounds good to me. I also say Spite Christmas until after my birthday.
I'm kidding. I'm probably going to change it soon, but
I mean, winter
Christmas
is
is,
a
Christmas
coward.
is an annoying holiday. It's annoyingly omnipresent throughout the year.
Yeah.
Welcome. It's nice to see you for the first time in
Hey.
like 2 months.
Probably 3.
Damn.
It's been a rough quarter for me, but hey, glad to be able to show up for a few minutes. I won't be here too long. Just thought I'd jump in and say hi.
Well, we
Excellent.
appreciate your continued presence. Sorry, it's a rough quarter. I get it. It's holiday season for me now at work, and I work retail, so. Yes.
Yeah.
My volume's a little messed up. Let me fix this.
Volume's...
Sorry about that.
Oh, not a problem. I work in volume, it's fine.
Do you? I thought you worked in. I don't know, whatever that you work in.
Yeah, you're right.
Muted stream. Yeah, Adam, you didn't miss much the first hour of the stream. It was no volume, apparently.
Oh, wow.
So,
Yeah.
thanks to Clayton here for pointing that one out.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Clayton.
Clayton is a
Hello
buddy
there.
of mine. He's awesome. He has a YouTube channel and he does streams. But he is a buddy of mine from back in Burning Crusade days.
Burning
of
Crusade
WoW.
days.
Burning
Yeah.
Crusade.
The old
It's-
times.
So long ago, and now we're getting classic Cataclysm, which is
Yeah.
around the time my WoW journey ended because my life took me in a different direction, and I didn't really just have the time to play anymore, like any games in general, for like the longest time. And then I got into other games, and then I kept tabs on World of Warcraft the entire time. And then one day I saw the, no, I think I started playing Diablo 3, Reaper of Souls, because I saw the TV trailer for that, and I was like, oh, I'm into that. And then I saw the expansion for Legion.
Souls. Oh, Legion.
No. Reaper of Souls is what got me to play Diablo 3. I wasn't really into Diablo 3, but then I saw the trailer for that. I was like, oh, I want to play this now.
Diablo 3
know.
had a great lifespan, honestly.
Started out slow and it exploded and did really well, and hopefully Diablo 4 learns from it and improves a little bit, because I feel like it really falls off after the first time you play it, frankly.
Yeah, we were just talking a little bit earlier on the muted stream where Nathan was like, it's funny how my early, beta, when we talked about the beta, I was like, kind of iffy on it. And he's like, everyone was hyped for it, and then the consensus is just kind of like reversed that. I'm kind of like, it's getting better, actually. So, I think that's funny.
Yeah, I played it at release, and it was, I didn't play beta at all, but it was fine. I mean, nothing wrong with it, but once I got to endgame and started dealing with the way that leveling works, I think it was post 50, where you have to deal with all the gosh, what are they called?
All the Legion raids and stuff.
Yeah, it got to the point where I said, nope, we're done.
Pretty much. But yeah.
Wasn't a bad experience, and it was worth the money, but it was, it wasn't like the other Diablos to me.
Yeah, no. Hopefully it'll get there, but we'll see. But yeah, so Legion is what got you back into to WoW then, Clayton. Oop. I killed him. Rip.
Yeah. Legion, the
No,
Legion
he's-
killed him.
I mean, they tried.
Yeah.
They tried.
They succeeded, apparently.
He's dealing with his sound settings, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This was a friend of mine for a long time. And it's lovely to see him in the Discord and hanging out and doing stuff. I need to do better at watching his videos if I'm not watching his streams.
I don't know if Clayton's going to be able to hear this or not, but actually I was watching his video on Above Snakes, which is the reason why I played the demo. So that's the only reason I played the demo. Is I saw Clayton doing some of his playthrough, and I was like...
And you did,
"Oh."
you did mention that in one of your videos too about that.
Yeah.
Have you played the full release since it's come out?
I have not. I played the demo, and the demo is very robust.
It is.
But I have not played the full game yet. Not that I wouldn't consider it, because I thought that was... I like the framework. I like that idea of being able to lay down tiles for your exploration so that you kind of make the map. You just don't see that very often. And then the zombie aspect, I was like, oh, this is intriguing. This is really intriguing. But I haven't played the full release, so. But now you have, though.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And what was your impression when you got to the end?
So I haven't finished the game yet. I
Okay.
actually stopped recording my Let's Play series because of Next Fest, and I haven't finished recording starting them up again, which is Above Snakes, Tinkertown currently, and then I gotta restart the Planet Crafter because they just had another major update, and I usually jump in it every other major update, but from what I've played so far in Above Snakes, I really do enjoy it. And a lot of what you see in the videos is the most I play of it. I don't do a much of it in between, unless I'm like just farming, just get a bunch of materials. Because Alex has known me for almost 20 years. Almost as long as World of Warcraft has been around.
For a while.
And
yeah.
I have always been a hardcore farmer in games.
Yeah,
I
he
will.
does,
They're like,
gold
what do you
farming.
need 1,000 thorium ore for? You don't need 1,000. Sure I do. Just not right now. But maybe I need 100 right now, but I can use
Yeah.
more later.
We
know.
both
Learn
play
market,
games
though.
very differently.
Yeah, and it's just like I can get all this wood, and then I can base build. And so there was actually a in the video upload consistency, I think a part way through, like in the very early of Above Snakes, there was an inconsistency of where you noticed some videos weren't going up. And that's because I found a game-breaking bug in the live version of the game, which I didn't experience in the closed beta.
Oh.
Because I didn't do this particular thing in the closed beta, which you really can't talk about stuff in closed beta, but I can talk about this one because I didn't do this in that one, and that was to build a giant base. So if you see the way the base is laid out, it's laid out across like a couple of tiles,
Sure.
like and it's going to go all the way around. I was like, oh, the inside will be the inside of my base, where I can have all my plants and stuff, and it'll have the walls around it. Well, I built so much foundation that I caused a memory leak in the game, which was eating all my RAM. So they had to patch that out so that people like me who'd like to build big bases in games like this, Valheim,
Oh yeah.
No Man's Sky, other things like that, but you want to build like a nice big base, you don't have to worry about the game never loading, because I would never get past the loading screen because all my RAM would be gone.
You don't need
So I had to
that.
wait till they patched that up so that I could play the game again.
Right.
So,
Perfect.
before that, in the open beta that they had, like they had some other bugs that ended up getting patched out that never made it live. Like a duplication bug. I found a way to duplicate items, and I reported that, and it got patched out.
Oh, okay.
Because that was also a game breaking, because it would lag up. It wouldn't crash a game, but you would have no frames.
Right.
And you could still play the game. You could still play the game in a slideshow setting. But
Yeah.
This is why I watch Let's Game It Out. Who needs frames?
I'm surprised that dude's computer has not exploded yet. With some of the stuff that he's done.
Yeah.
Everything he's done.
Yeah, it's just so overkill. The raft one was insane. How he
Yeah.
clipped himself through the walls like that. And I was just like,
Yeah.
that's genius.
It really was. I can't play games that way, but I appreciate the absurdity at which he plays games.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, overall, I enjoy Above Snakes. I think it's fun. It feels like a slower paced game, but it really is just as fast or slow as you want it to be, and how you take the pacing of the game.
Yeah.
And like you said, the tile set I think is a phenomenal idea for a game like that because if you played a full game, if Alex was to play a full game, if everybody in the channel was to play the full game, none of our maps would ever look the same
No.
because of the way we want to build out our world.
Mhm.
You know, and I feel like there are some tiles that I wish they would add. Like I think they should add some more water tiles and stuff.
Sure.
Because as I unlocked some, I'm like, oh, but I want to cover up this area, but I want it to look this way. You know, they don't have a tile for that
Yeah.
yet. You know, and I'm hoping that they add it.
Mhm.
Like they recently added mountain tiles. It's kind of like a filler tile. It just connects to everything. We can have like a big mountain wall to block off an area if you want.
Okay.
That was added a couple of months ago.
Mm.
You know, as a way, it's like a filler piece.
Mhm.
So I didn't know this game until you mentioned it, so I looked it up on Steam. Looks like it would be phenomenal multiplayer.
Above Snakes.
Mm.
Yeah.
Is it?
I think it
multiplayer?
could, but I don't think they ever had an intention for it to be, because it's not supposed to be like a really long game.
That's absolutely fair. I'm just looking at the potential around the crafting and thinking, wouldn't it be neat to have people in there with you?
Yeah,
Mm. Yeah. It would.
I mean the game I'm currently playing right now is Moonstone Island, like,
Mhm.
which is fun. I played that during Next Fest. I don't think I covered a video for it. It's hard to remember. Everything's rolled up into one, but
Sure.
that I've been playing. I've been playing Wizard with the Gun. I did a video covering
Oh,
that.
Yeah.
I played the last closed alpha for it before it went live, which was a whole lot of fun to break the game.
Perfect.
But I've been enjoying a lot of Wizard with the Gun, and it is such a fun game.
Yeah. Wasn't it Devolver that made
Yes.
that put that out? I thought so. Yeah, that looked interesting.
Well, yeah, Devolver's the publisher. Galvantic Games is the developer, and they did really
Right.
good. And their community is really active on Discord.
Oh, sure. No, I know Devolver didn't make it, but I remember seeing it on a Devolver digital showcase, which is the only reason I'm really familiar with the game as at all. I think there was another one that was similar to it that I played a demo of that was called Trigger Witch. I don't know if you've ever seen that one.
Nope.
But,
I think I've heard of it.
Yeah,
I have to go look it up.
and that's like a bullet hell shooter, but it's like flavored as you as a witch with spells and stuff. But you also have like a gun that shoots stuff. So, so it's
Witches with guns. Halloween be damned.
that's right. Every day is Halloween. If you want to play Trigger Witch.
Every day is Halloween for some of us. Actually, on October 25th, Wizard with the Gun, they posted an update. You know, they have 100,000 players.
100,000 players.
100,000 players.
Wow.
And this game came out October 17th.
Wow.
Damn.
Redfall, take note. Oh wow, that's good. Now, Wizard with the Gun, is that all single player, or do they have multiplayer options for that?
They have multiplayer, but it's two-player co-op. So it's not like a band of people. But there are some issues with that. You know, I don't know all the issues that they have with it, but there are people who have had crashes or not been able to get in the world or lag issues or stuff like that.
For sure.
So that's something that they're working on. Because I believe originally it was supposed to be a single-player game.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of people were asking about multiplayer support, and they worked on that too to give co-op.
Yeah. You know, it's just interesting because there's a lot of games I like to play single player. I'm not a big multiplayer guy, but I do always find it impressive when there are these games that are traditionally single player that just lend themselves very well to a multiplayer experience. I like, as Alex always knows and rolls his eyes every time I say it, but Stardew Valley, I really love Stardew Valley, and I always consider that a single-player experience, but when Andy asked me if I wanted to do, for, like, a live stream, wanted to be part of her multiplayer, because they added multiplayer to the game, I was like, oh man, I don't know about that, because, you know, I really do think of it as a single-player experience, but it works so great as a multiplayer game. Having 4 and now, actually you can do 8 now, players building a farm together and stuff, it lends itself so well. So I'm more okay with multiplayer games as long as the single player experience is good. The multiplayer can be there, can exist there. The place where I had problems with it was where there were games that seemed to sacrifice any kind of a single-player experience, specifically for multiplayer. Battlefront was a good example of that, Star Wars Battlefront, because I tried Battlefront 2 when it came out, and I was like, this single-player is not good, and because they were betting everything on having a multiplayer experience. Which is nice, but then they also screwed that up. So, how did they screw that up? Oh, right. It just took forever for you to be able to unlock characters. You'd have to grind for like 200 games or something just to afford to get like the Darth Vader unlock or something with Battlefront 2.
Wait, how did we get to Battlefield? I thought we were just talking about Stardew.
Oh, yeah. No,
That was a leap.
that was Leap, yeah. It was.
And I was like, oh yeah, I've played Stardew. I have a couple hundred hours in that game. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I love the game.
I do.
I've never played multiplayer. You know, I've always played solo, but
Yeah.
um,
I would say try it if you get a chance. It's usually easier, like the way that we were doing it was on Discord, and then there's just a code that you can get when you're playing online. One person basically has the farm, and then you invite people to come to the farm, essentially. But the neat thing is that, you know, you can all go off and do your own thing, you know. Somebody can do the watering of the plants, and then somebody can go fish, and somebody can go talk to the locals and do the trading and stuff in a day. And it just works really well. And one of the more recent things was that they had updated, Chucklefish had updated the ability so that you can do 8-player multiplayer instead of just 4. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. You can do like a group thing in that. So, but yeah.
did they also update like the farms? Like the farm size is bigger to accommodate 4 to 8 players?
You know,
Or is it still the same size?
Same size. So you still have the same footprint to go with. But you can accomplish a lot more in a day, having as many people as that around. There is.
See, I'd rather play like Satisfactory with several people than that, but that's me.
Oh, I know that's you. We've been in therapy to figure that out for you, but it's. We've played Satisfactory. We played a little Satisfactory.
Yes.
And it's pretty good.
I enjoy it far more than I would enjoy something Stardew-like, though.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me look at my library. There's a game I think you'll like if you like Satisfactory. Let me see if I can find it.
Is it Dyson Sphere?
No.
I
But I've
have
heard of
too.
that game.
I have
No.
that one also.
No. It's find it.
In Dyson Sphere, do you have a Dyson Sphere?
You get to build one
I
eventually.
I like building Dyson Spheres.
Yeah, that way you can vacuum things up, Nathan.
I love vacuuming.
It's not a vacuum.
You can vacuum things up, though.
Oh, just as a side note, that game I linked the other day, Slay the Princess, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good visual novel. And I don't usually like visual novels, but it's just shockingly good.
I saw that pop up on my recommended at one point, I think. And I was like, ooh, this looks intriguing.
I mean, there's definitely, I'll call it tasteful gore.
I love tasteful gore.
You know, it's not. There are some moments where you're like, ooh, that's happening, and then you realize, well, okay, there's a point to it. It's
Yeah.
not as, it's not just being used as the whole draw, right?
Right.
You know, there are reasons for all of it that's in it, so that's the thing to be ready for.
Sure. You know, there was sometimes on my recommended, because they'll say like, oh, here's some games they recommend. I'll go, I'll look through them and see. There was one that was really intriguing that I keep wanting to pick up that just seems so odd, but it looked like a great idea for a game, and it was called The Bed We Made. And it's like a mystery game where you're playing a hotel maid in like the 1950s that has to clean up people's rooms, but you're uncovering like a murder mystery through the stuff you find.
I saw someone play that the other day.
And I was like, ooh, yeah, This Bed We Made, thank you. And I was like, this looks really interesting. This looks really interesting. I guess it's not that long, maybe like 4 or 5 hours or something like that.
Yeah, the person I was watching who had streamed it, I joined it like 4 hours in, and was like, oh, he's like at the end of this game.
Right, it's not a long game, because it's more like an actual visual cinematic like mystery that you're playing. But I was like, ooh, this does look really interesting though. Really unique concept, and it actually, like, the way the game looked too, I was like, oh, this is a small developer, but they made this game look pretty darn good. They, like, I like the visual style that they put together too. And I guess it's fully voice acted. I wanted to be able to like try a demo or something, but I don't think they had it up at the time. But yeah, no, that would definitely be the kind of thing that I would try, but that's very different, I'm sure, than Slay the Princess.
Oh yeah, but it looks good too.
Yeah. It did look good.
Who wouldn't want to slay a princess, honestly?
So I linked it in the voice chat, general chat here, but the game is called Plan B Terraform.
Oh, I have that on my wish list. It's on sale right now, but I tried.
I did a video covering it.
I will have to check that out.
Like 8 months ago.
Oh, well, 8 months ago.
That was during a Next Fest demo. The game came out shortly thereafter.
Yeah, I think I remember it, and I was like, that looks interesting. But...
Yeah, it released in February. I was trying to find it, but the games are grayed out when they're not installed, and I uninstalled the game.
Yeah.
But I have like 31 hours in the game.
Nice.
When I last played it, and it's interesting. It's fun.
Almost bought it recently.
I don't know if I'm still in the Discord, but I was a part of the Discord for a while. And the builds that people have made, the farms that people have made, even if you look at the store page, the community content, the farms that people have made, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I made some pretty ridiculous farms, but theirs is like a notch above mine.
Yeah, I'll have to check your video out because I did want that game.
Let me send it to you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Perfect. I will watch that when I'm not watching this. and also playing a game.
Yeah. One of the games that I'm still waiting for to come out, now I'm looking at my old Next Fest videos. The Infection Free Zone. That's the game I'm really looking forward to coming out. From Next Fest, or at the beginning of this year.
Yeah. I have no idea what that is.
There is a they added a prologue. When did they
So,
do
so a
that?
demo? They added a demo.
Prologues are usually like a demo.
Well,
yeah.
there was a yeah, no, but I mean, they had a separate demo, but now it's I guess they changed it to the prologue. Because they had a demo that was out just for Next Fest.
Oh, sure.
But I like it because you take charge of a group of survivors from your city, choose a base of operations, then rebuild and adapt the buildings. And you can play any city in the world using real geographical data.
Whoa,
Ooh.
that's neat.
Now, what I don't know is how big is your play? Is it just that city? So, like, let's say if it's in my state, if it's just the state of Honolulu, and if it's just that, because there's a lot of towns in Hawaii. So
Sure.
if it's just that one town, or if it's just Anaheim,
Mhm.
or if it's just Orlando, and it's not like you conquer this. Do you want to expand further? And try to like save the world that way. To me, that would be incredible to have that as a long form. How much of a state you can save, how much of a continent you can save before you succumb, if you instead of just one location.
Sure.
Because I think it's going to be just that one, whatever your map is, and whatever city you're in.
Mhm.
But I would love more. Because I think this game has that kind of potential, where I could see myself sinking hundreds of hours, being like, oh man, I'm gonna free up California, or I'm gonna go take on, Nevada,
Mhm.
or Sin City in Nevada, because Nevada is mostly desert, but
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And is it
try to save the Las Vegas Strip.
Yeah. Is it zombies?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So so you're fighting zombies, but you take buildings. I covered that video too. I covered that in the video too, where it's like you take over a building, and you can scout it for resources. You could maybe find some other survivors, weapons, ammunition. But you also got to try and sneak around. So like being in a building is a great way to hide from zombies. But you
Oh,
also
sure.
shoot from the windows if they get too close.
Oh yeah,
Of
yeah.
course. Murder
You
them
know.
from a distance.
Yeah. And it says to be announced soon, so I don't know when. But I did request access to the playtest, and I haven't gotten any invite, so I.
Tell them to invite you faster.
Oh, the prologue is recent. It just came out last month, October 19th.
Oh.
There you go. Go do it. Make a video.
And that just reminded me of the game I'm playing right now, which is The Last Spell. And it's fantasy zombie apocalypse, tactical roguelike. So, pretty sweet. I'm gonna link it. Probably not for everybody, but it's taken up more of my headspace than I want to admit.
Oh wow.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'll link the prologue in here too.
All the links. Everybody check out all the links. Links in the Discord. Haha, everybody on.
Smash that like button.
Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button.
Ring the bell.
Ring
We have
all the
bells?
bells.
If you don't ring the bell, you will never know what's going on.
Ding ding ding. Ring my bell.
And it says to be continued in infection-free zone. So I wonder if the stuff that you do in the prologue will carry over to the main game whenever that releases.
Yeah, that sounds interesting though. Like saving, like if you could go town to town, that does sound neat.
Yeah. I gotta see if they have a Discord and if they're gonna do something like that, because I would honestly love that, and I would probably sink a lot more hours into this game than I initially would. Because eventually I'm just probably gonna burn out on the game and just move on to something else, and maybe come back like 6 months to a year later, as I do with a lot of games.
Yeah. I find that seems to happen more and more, that start playing a game, end up just like getting rid of it, or just like discarding it offhand, and then like a year or two later I'll be coming back to it and kind of go, well, I wonder if I like it now. It doesn't necessarily even mean that the game has changed at all. It just means that I'm in a different headspace to actually enjoy it.
Yeah.
Like that happens to me more often. It's one of the reasons I was talking to Alex about this. I think I mentioned on one of the episodes is that this coming year, something I'm gonna try is to, if need be, force myself to go back to certain games that I thought were probably good, even though I didn't like them, and I didn't really get a chance to play them very much, and really sit down and make a concerted effort to actually give them a second chance that they should get, or that I think that they should get, and see, oh, were they good and I just didn't have the... I wasn't in a position to like it, or was it just bad anyway? I wasn't going to like it regardless. But, like, give it a real try to see if I can actually play through the game. And I'm starting a list together right now.
You can be like Daryl Plays Games with his backlog video coming out soon.
Yeah, I remember I saw him set that up in preparation a year ago. And
Yeah,
I was like,
it's been a year.
It's been a year, yeah. And I'm like, that's one way to go through your... to figure out how you're going to make this work, man.
Yeah, I think I saw that video too. It was very recently that you said that in a recent, or at least in a recent video that got uploaded.
Sure.
Where you talked about going back to games and giving them a second look.
Yeah.
Because I do that too sometimes. Because maybe I play a game for a while and I'm just like, oh, maybe I'm just not that into it right now.
Yeah.
But not just content creation, but it's just like you come back around a game, and you're like, I want to play something. Maybe I'll play something I haven't played in a long time. And
Sure.
give that another go. Maybe I'll like it more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And like, I'll pick up games and I'll be like, oh, this is a cool concept for a game, and I'll pick it up sometimes in early access, and it's a small developer, and I'm like, yeah, I want to support the... Yeah, I want to support the developer. It looks like they worked real hard on this, and I'll play for a little bit, and I'll be like, oh, yeah, no, this is a cool concept. I gotta put this down right now. It needs a little time in the oven. I've had a couple like that. I picked up, like, Spaceborne 2, and I was like, oh, wow, they really worked. You can really see that they really tried real hard, but, like, after a couple hours, I was like, I'm gonna put this down for a bit.
Did you ever play Spaceborne 1?
No.
Yeah, well, they'd have to put work in to make it better. 'Cause
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Blightland Blacksmith was another one that I picked up, which is not a very expensive game, but I like the concept of it. It's basically where you're like a blacksmith that can, that goes into the dungeons, and you go down this ever-increasing dungeon so that you can mine the ore and get all the resources you need so that you can make the weapons, and then you go to your forge and you make all the weapons, and you forge them. And I was like, this is a really great idea. I like it a lot. And then after a couple hours, I was like, I think I'm going to have to wait until they do something to make it more intuitive to actually do the blacksmithing part. Because it seems to take me way too many steps to figure out how to put a damn sword together. And I need this streamlined a little bit before I come back to it. But I really liked the concept from the very beginning. And you can tell that, like, for the 1 or 2 man development team that it was, they tried real hard. Like, they were trying real hard to make something, and they were updating it constantly, especially up at the front. So it's like, okay, it's like $4 or $5 or something. It's like, okay, I'll buy your game.
I think for looking at my Steam library, since we're talking about putting down games and coming back to them later, the biggest example I have for that is Empyrean Galactic Survival. Now, I have 430 hours in the game, but I've had the game for several years, and it's very similar in the vein of No Man's Sky.
Oh, sure.
And the game came out 3 years ago, but I played it on and off with guildmates of mine during our guild's heyday in World of Warcraft, like when we weren't raiding or stuff. We were done with all our dailies and chores and whatever, and we were just like, hey, let's play something else, let's relax. And it don't get me wrong, Empyrean is an absolutely beautiful game, but for me, compared to No Man's Sky, it's one of those where I could only play it for a few hours, whereas No Man's Sky, I could play it literally from sun up to sundown.
Sure.
Yeah. But the thing I love about Empyrean is the base building. Like, you can either build a base by hand if you're smart enough and know how to do that, which I absolutely am not, or you can get prefabs. Like, there's game made ready prefabs of bases and ships and hovercrafts and things like that. But the Steam community itself has also made a bunch of ships. Like somebody made like the Millennium Falcon in it,
Nice.
or they build like these big mansions, or they build like these big battleships in space. And there's PvP, so you can slaughter somebody's ship.
Mm-hmm.
Very much Eve style,
Oh, sure.
you know.
Sure.
But I don't do the PvP aspect in it. I enjoy the PvE nature of the game. Visually, it's very beautiful, and the kind of ships you can build is beautiful. Like, I had a ship. Well, I had a base building that was very much based off of like a building in Star Trek, in one of my old save files, and it was a beautiful base. But you gotta be able to power it. You gotta be able to have fuel. Getting fuel for that's not too bad if you know what you're doing.
Mhm.
But for me, it's every time I jump back into the game, it's kind of like starting over again because you had forgotten all that stuff. Whereas No Man's Sky, I could not play No Man's Sky for 6 months. Jump back in, still know what I'm doing. So it's
Sure.
two different beasts of a game,
Yeah,
even though they're
I-
in the same genre of space travel and planet colonization and stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely games like that, like Skyrim, for instance. Anytime I jump back into playing after any time not playing it, it's like I have no idea what I'm doing with this character. It's like I innately know how to play this game, but I have no idea what I'm doing.
Oh, sure.
The best part about that is when you have keybinds for games that you regularly play, and then you jump into a game you haven't played in a while, and you're like, why isn't this button working when I do this? This is how I'm supposed to auto run or auto reload.
Mhm.
Like in World of Warcraft, like the side, I don't have the gaming mice with all the numbers on the side. I have the ones with the 2 extra buttons on the thumb, and one is auto run and the other one is auto stop. But if I play games like Super Animal Royale or Wizard with the Gun, any games that require reloading a weapon, the mouse button is like that. So I don't hit R to reload. I just slip my thumb over the button and reload because I feel it's faster for me personally
Sure.
than reaching over and hitting another key when I'm WASDing over the map.
Mhm.
I am an obsessive keybinder. When I start a new game, if it's got any complexity to it and any ability to do this, I'm going to go through and just bind all the keys to basically my old WoW setup. And I haven't played WoW since Wrath of the Lich King, or the original Wrath of the Lich King.
Sure.
Have you been watching the BlizzCon videos?
No, I'm just not in a place in my life where I could possibly play a game like WoW or any MMO right now. Haven't been in a while.
That's fair.
It's the kind of thing where I know people who do. I could probably join them, but the reality, I can't keep up with it.
I don't keep up with it. I just do the things I enjoy. Most of that is doing older content for transmogs and stuff.
Speaking of older content, did you do the Hollows End stuff? Did you get yourself a Scarlet Key so you can have
I did.
access to the old school?
I did.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
They,
Oh, man.
For Datum here to know what we're talking about, recently they had done a couple things with old school Skullmance and Nax Ramus, where they reintroduced the older versions of the dungeon before they had changed them back into the game, but you had to unlock them. And I figured the next ones they would do would be the Scarlet Monastery, and they did. So for Halloween, there was an item that could drop that would give you access to the Scarlet Monastery and Scarlet Armory, I think.
And yeah, well, so you basically get all 4 of the old school dungeons: Path, Arms, Lib, and whatever the other one was. I forget.
Yeah. So I was like, that's really cool that they're reintegrating all this old school content. I'm excited for it.
Nice. I do have the Horseman mount.
I don't have that. I've been playing the game for 20 years.
20 years. And
I got very lucky. It was on a death knight, but I think that
What-
goes a countdown now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
countdown.
Wait, you didn't get the Headless Horseman? Did you do the curses? Because from my understanding, if you do the curses, it increased the drop rate of getting the key and the chance of getting the Headless Horseman mount.
Yeah, I did some of them. I did at least one. They were kind of annoying.
Oh, I did all four, but it was easier because I just kind of stayed back a little bit and moved a little more because everything was so visually easy to see. At
Yeah,
least this time around.
I was playing melee mostly, so
I'm a melee rogue.
yeah. Well, I'm a melee warrior or paladin at that
You
point.
know why you didn't get it? You know why it was hard? There was no stairs involved.
Yeah, that's fair. You and your stairs, or me and the
You're
stairs,
never
of
living
course.
that down ever.
Nope.
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 Best moment in World of Warcraft ever before the streaming days.
Yeah, if that had been a stream, that would have been great.
Oh my god, that would have went viral.
I have to go back and redo it just for the streams.
Oh yeah.
Does anyone know the story of the stairs, aside from Clayton here?
I do not know your stair story.
Oh no.
Okay, does anybody here know the Zul'Farrak dungeon out in Tenaris?
I know it exists, but I never really did it.
Okay, so in that dungeon, there is an area where you fight a boss. There's a boss fight that takes place, but you have to run all the way to the top of the stairs.
It's like a ziggurat or something like
yeah.
that, like a little temple.
Yeah. So it was. Alex was actually raiding at the time. This was during Wrath. I was running Kitty Pillar through. Both of them played Hunter. Kitty Pillar feigned death at the top, so that me as a rogue could carry her through and just take care of everything. But I made sure that she got the tag and then feigned death so she gets credit. He finished his raid, decided to join us. I had no idea. And this was at the time where all the mobs at the bottom of the stairs start spawning, and they run in packs up the stairs, and I would kill the packs one by one. I knew what I was doing. He ran straight up the stairs, and they all gathered, pulled off of me. No, they brought him all up to the top of the stairs. I pulled everything off of him. I was like, trying not to panic. And then he pulled all the aggro off of me, which I told him not to do. He panicked. He hit disengaged from the top of the stairs and went backwards. And the next thing I saw in the text chat was Griffin has died.
Yep. So this is actually right after they had changed the mechanics of disengage as well. Because I think it was originally it made you fly backwards out of combat. And then they changed it to it takes you out of combat but doesn't move you, and then they changed it back again.
Yeah, and then it's like you leaped further backwards, but doing it from the stairs.
Yeah, I went from the top of the stairs off the long way to the ground.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
And died on impact.
I died. Yeah, it was fantastic.
Dead on
It
arrival.
It was the best.
Sitting there 10 minutes of him laughing, going, "What the heck happened?" I go, "I fell off the stairs."
God. Oh, such an Alex move.
Yeah.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah, it
You know,
really is. Such
sometimes
I
you just
fell
gotta.
off the stairs.
It was a big fall.
It was a big fall. Hey, you know what? You do that occasionally.
Yeah.
And this was Wrath days where the gear was a lot different. Like current content, you'd survive the fall. You know.
Probably.
Could you imagine if that happened in hardcore WoW?
I would cry.
Oh my god. Be like,
We
well,
should-
this man needs to go get another keyboard.
Hey, you wanna go play some hardcore classic? Because we can redo that
We totally could.
just for the streams.
I played only so much classic vanilla because at the time I got promoted to an officer and then a farm lead in my guild, so I didn't get to play classic that much. But I really enjoyed playing classic vanilla when I could, and then I did TBC for a little while. I haven't touched Wrath yet, even though I promised myself that I would, and now Kata's coming out, so...
I played a little bit of classic just so I can get a mount. Mostly.
Oh yeah, that's right. When I did classic, when I did it when it first came out, and that was absolutely ridiculous because there were so many undead. Like there were trolls and taurens that made their way over and were just dancing in the undead starting area while we were all killing everything and nothing was spawning because we killed everything and nobody could get their quest done.
Rip.
And I was with my partner when we were doing it, and as soon as we got the 10, I was like, all right, let's get out of here. Let's go do something else that's not in this area. It's like trying to get to Brill was a lag fest from Death Knoll.
It is.
Just a sea of undead characters. And I was like, I can't imagine what the other zones must look like right now.
Insane. Insane.
Yeah.
I have a second-hand WoW story that is pretty fun. Good friend of mine, he played Classic pretty hardcore when it came out. And so he was raiding, and he was a warrior. He was a Fury warrior. And they had been playing as a guild for a long time. Really regular schedule. They had some guild officers who were trying to get Thunder Fury, right? And those officers weren't there when they did an MC raid. And both bindings dropped. And he got both bindings.
Jesus.
And when this was discovered, shortly thereafter, the guild broke up.
Ugh.
That's, those are both the bindings of the Blessed Blade of the Windseeker, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Jesus
Yep.
Christ.
Both of them dropped in a run for him.
I've never seen both drop at one. I've seen one drop at a time, but I've never seen
It didn't
two.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But I
silly.
mean-
That dude, I would have like, I'd like, all right, I need to go buy a lottery ticket. I'll see y'all later, because that's
Yeah.
never gonna happen again.
Nope.
Yeah. Like, I have run, for instance, Black Temple a million times when I was trying to get a couple Mog pieces. Not even the legendary, just like one of the blades, the Shard of Aznath for my rogue. And it was like, I ran that for like 3 or 4 months, and I think I got one of the blades to drop, but, you know, not both. And you can only use it if you get the pair.
Yep.
Well, no, you can technically use one of them, but you don't get the bonus for you having both.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, the two-piece bonus for it. I got both Warglaives. I know people who are still trying to get both Warglaives, and I've had them since TBC. I got one in TBC. I got the other one in Wrath,
there you go.
and
I mean,
they're
I have-
sitting in my bank. I still have them, the original items. I'm never gonna
Yeah.
delete them.
Of course, why would you delete those?
But I have the
I have-
Shard of Azeroth too, but it's sitting in void storage, and I would love for them to fix void storage, give us more slots. I don't care if I have to pay for it. To me, gold is not an issue. You know, other people will complain, but to me, gold is not an issue. I want more void storage options, and I
Why?
want them to allow us to put unique items in there because I can clean up so much bank space on my main for farming and materials.
That's
Like,
fair.
I have like 3 or 4 bags worth of stuff that I don't want to get rid of for sentimental values that I've gotten since Wrath, since BC, since early Kata. Items that are no longer in the game. Sure, some of them are toys. Sure, some of them are manga items. But like to have those original pieces, I never want to give those up.
See, I never understood the actual reason of void storage, to be honest.
So apparently, from my understanding, when it was introduced, it was to be able to put items in there that won't take up space in your main bank. So collector's items you want to keep, like tabards.
Sure.
You know, tabards take up a
then-
lot of space in your bank if you have a lot of them, because there was no mogs back then.
Yeah, but then they made the Mogs.
Yeah.
So keeping
So
items
you could technically get rid
silly.
of stuff in void storage, but
I have
still.
nothing in
But there are
void
still,
storage.
but there are still like unique items. You know, like I think there's a ring that you get from Mankrik. You know, or you get like an item. So there's like special unique items that you get in the game that has like flavor text to them,
Yeah.
like Delia's ring. You know, like that for example. I have the Spirit of Competition tabard. Yeah, it's in my transmog collection, but I have the physical item.
You can
In-game.
get that from the tabard vendor for free, too, if you had it originally.
Yeah, but
Which
I
is
got it
nice.
during when they did that Olympic crossover event.
Yep.
I busted my ass. I got the pet,
Yep.
and I got the tabard,
Same.
and
That's back
I
in the
have both.
That's
Yeah.
back in the days when I was actually doing a lot of battlegrounds, too.
I was with you when we were getting them because I was like, we need to get these.
Yep.
You know, the tabard sits in my bank, and it's one of my proudest items that I have.
All right, just for the record, I
Tabard
want
of the
you to know
Explorer.
that Griffin, who fell down the stairs, has over 6,000 hours played on him. No, he's got several thousand hours in him. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
Yeah, that's a whole job worth of.
I have over 7,000 hours in the game. It's fine.
I did get the tab.
And you've been playing longer than I have, so I don't know if I have as many hours, if I'm close, because I didn't play anything from... I played pre-launch Kata, but I didn't play anything from Kata to... what was before Legion? Warlords of Draenor.
Draenor was
So I
different.
Yeah, I joined back up at the tail end of Warlords of Draenor so that I wouldn't miss out on the pre-launch events. And in my Void storage, the gear set, the Fell Shroud gear set you get from doing the pre-launch events, I have that in Void storage too, because that was kind of like catch-up gear too, in a sense.
Yeah, I have all the mogs for that. You have the Tabard competition as well, Datum?
I had the Tabard of the Explorer.
Ooh, nice. Yes, that's
I have
good one
that.
as
That's a
well.
good one to have. Yep.
That is.
That was a fight to get.
It became infinitely easier when they were like, you can now fly everywhere.
I did it before you could fly everywhere.
Mhm.
I mean, you still can't fly in Ghostlands, so it's fine.
Or in Silver Moon or Vault of Lost, which is understandable. I'm sure that the elves have some reason of why they don't want flying out there. I mean, look what happened to their Sunwell because of Arthas. You think they want attacks from the air?
Same reason I can't fly in Skyrim.
I mean,
The Emperor outlawed it, so everyone forgot how to do it.
fair.
Speaking of which, are you looking forward to dynamic flying?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to do what you can do with dragons in Dragonflight and everywhere else.
Are you going to use your dragon mounts for that, or are you going to use like Ashes of Alar or something?
Who knows?
I do like that they're going to set it so where you can toggle between the two, but I also would like it. Because they said they're gonna toggle where you can have TBC flying, because that's originally when it came out. So if you like AFK in the air in your mount, you can't do that with the dragon riding.
True.
I'm wondering if they're gonna allow the Dragonflight dragons to have TBC toggled as well, so you can just float in the air with them. Or if that's only just going to be for like the old school free Dragonflight mounts that fly.
I'm sure.
Yeah, because my friend, she's complained a lot about it. Like, she can't just AFK in the air. She has to land somewhere. In some places you're landing in a hostile area and you gotta AFK. Unless you're a rogue or a druid or a night elf. It's not like a class that you can just sit in stealth and hide behind a tree or in the bushes or something.
It's my favorite thing to do is hide behind bushes.
I'll be right back.
Sure.
Nathan, what do you think of the game you're playing?
I think the game
Bear
I'm playing
sculpture.
is called Yes, I'm building a bear sculpture specifically.
I'm gonna murder it.
Cool. I'm gonna build one. This isn't bad. As far as I can equip this. Great. I can't.
Can you wear it like a hat?
Oh, here we go. Look, I can rotate the little bear sculpture.
Perfect.
Can I put it on the table? I can put it on the ground. So this is there we go. Can I put maybe here? I'll put it at the foot of my bed. That way it will protect me. This game's pretty intriguing. There we go. Now it's set down. As more of like a Zen experience. I had the option originally to play this as a Zen game or in normal mode. The only difference really between those is that there are actual dangerous animals and there are the survival mechanics in a normal mode. You could play it in Zen and it looks like it defaults to it, which does not have those, so that you can just play around in the woods and, build stuff and everything like that. I don't think it's supposed to take itself too seriously, and that I can't really see any larger narrative that they're trying to form beyond exploring outward, but I don't think it needs to do that. I do like the visual style to it, and I think that it does a good job of pulling off the atmosphere. And so if that's what they're trying to do, I think they succeed. But it's probably not, as Alex would note, probably not the thing that you would put like 1,000 hours into. I don't necessarily think you have to, but
Oh yeah, I'm very much a, if I get 20 good hours out of a game, I'm probably happy with it.
Yeah.
I've really,
Depends on the game.
yeah. In fact,
And I could go shorter.
Yeah, you know, I could actually start doing 5-hour games, if they were good. I'd
Yeah.
more than happily do that. I've kind of gotten, I don't know if this is just because I'm getting older now, but I'm kind of over forever games.
Me too.
I've kind of gotten tired of them, and I don't care. I want games that have an end point that is paced correctly so that I can get to it at a point where I'm not going to get insufferably bored or tired of what the game offers. And that there is an end point and it's not meant to be played forever. Not that you can't play any game. You can play every game forever if you really wanted to. But the games that are specifically designed so that you're supposed to be able to play forever, I'm not as interested in them anymore. I think that was kind of like the reason I eventually stopped playing Starfield, was because I was like, oh, we're at the forever portion of the game now, aren't we? we're at the portion of the game where it's just going to be like, oh, I guess I can build 7 billion bases and harvest a jillion resources so that I can build 500 other expansions. Like, I don't care. I don't care.
That's what I like to hear. Farm it all up.
Farm! Hey, DC.
No, that was Clayton.
Oh, sorry. You sounded like DC for a second.
No, he didn't. You're insane.
You're insane. In the membrane. I love farming, though.
I was just thinking that too. Insane in the brain.
Different kind of farming. Clayton farms like you wouldn't believe. So
Oh, sure.
you play farming games. Clayton farms resources and gold and stuff.
It's like you play farming games. Clayton is farming games.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Yeah, there is a difference. Clayton over here has routes that he does for like finding stuff when he what do you do, like trade routes essentially?
In what game?
I know in WoW you have like, if you need to get ore, you're like, here are my ore routes. These are the ones I'm gonna fly around to get all these nodes.
Yep. I also have. Let me see if I can find the montage that I used to use for Twitch, which was all the farming stuff. Oh, here it is. I'll post it in the voice text chat. Let's see, what ridiculous should we start with? Me and my farm team would do stuff like this.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of materials.
That's more material.
That's a lot of fish. A lot of fish.
It wasn't just for me. It was for my guild, which at the time, this was not during our peak. Legion was our peak, but we had over 20 raid teams. So we had to be able to supply a lot of people. And having a farm team did that. But my team did not work for free. We sold everything at a generous discount from auction house prices, which I always calculated based on the current market value of when an order was completed. Never when an order was started. Because if I do it when the order was started, what if the price jumps up? Then my team loses money. What if the price tanks? Then the customer loses money.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So it's like, always got to find a balance. And I was like, all right, we'll do it after whatever the current price is, you get a discount. And my team made over, I can't remember. I got to look it up somewhere. It's like somewhere between 11 and 17 million gold collectively as a team.
Nice.
Now, at that 25% discount price that ranges, you can imagine how much gold we've saved the guild as a whole.
Lots.
Yep.
Lots and lots. I'm sitting there going, I can't play the game that way. I'm sorry.
And this is just me. This is my personal stuff. And you can see it's all 200. So this was before they increased the stack size to 1,000. I now have to refill all that because I think it's pretty. Except the Elementium. The Elementium is going to take forever to get.
Yeah,
And all
well,
that's farmed. And none of it's bought off the auction house unless I see it at, like, dirt cheap prices. Like, what a price that you never would see that ore at.
Yeah. Are you appreciating the glorious organization?
Oh, scared off. Scared off the organization.
It's hurting me.
But
The
yeah, that's
organization is
organization
the
right there.
most, But the amount of things and the amount of time, that's overwhelming.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's way better than what you're used to with certain people.
Too much
playing
one will
games.
do that to you.
That's the organization I
Yeah.
like to see in my.
I mean,
my
I-
main-
Oh god.
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
Hold on. Where's the one that I'm looking for? Oh, okay. So before Blizzard nerfed this into the ground, the tiny treasure farm that you get when you use the potion of treasure finding, I think, and then you would run the Twilight Tower raid, the one that's really high up. You get these from mobs. So I would farm all these to get Windwool cloth and stuff. So that was personal, lovely charm farming, all personal. So I didn't just farm for the guild; I farmed for me too.
Why would you not? Look at all that
Exactly.
stuff.
That's a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And how?
That was my heyday of farming. Now just
Oh.
imagine what I do in games like Valheim.
Yeah, I've seen what you do in Valheim. I've seen your town.
Valheim's great.
Yes, Datum plays a bit of Valheim. Do you still play Valheim?
I haven't in a while. We played, me and my group, we went through all of the new content and we're just waiting for another patch to come out.
Nice. Gotta find a Total Pebble guild down.
I mean, I have Valheim, so we could probably do that.
I don't.
I'd
have
jump in if it's
Valheim.
a good time.
Oh yeah.
I'm not much of a farmer or builder, but I'm a pretty good fighter.
Yeah. I had to like really think out. I did I get one or two of the bosses? I think I had gotten like one or two of the bosses. It's that deer. The deer kept ramming at me, and I eventually figured out ways around that.
Repertal?
That's
Sure.
the first boss.
Yeah, that's the
Campfires.
first boss. Yeah,
Campfires.
that's what I did actually. I put campfires down and I ran them into the campfires.
Nathan pulled a Josh.
Yeah.
Once you learn to parry, the whole game just kind of falls apart.
Yeah. I can see that. I can see that.
I will say the last area, I think it was the Mistlands, it's different.
Yeah.
It's harder, for sure.
Well, yeah, I got to like the really cold areas of the map, and I was like, now I'm gonna get cold now, aren't I? There's gonna be other things I have to deal with, and it was the what was the thing that was just annoying me? Oh, it was the ocean travel, because you have the raft when you start out, and the raft is kind of slow, even when I have like the wind behind me. And I'm like, I'm not crossing the ocean because there's a sea monster out there, and and it is not going to go well for me. And so I ended up in just like these little off the route places, and they were just I got tripped up, and my raft kept getting stuck on stuff. And I'd be trying to unstuck my raft in these little island chains, and it just took me so long. It just took a lot of time to get very little accomplished. When I did that, and I was like, oh,
You just need someone who can sail the seas for you while you just sit there and look pretty.
yeah, I do. That's what I need Alex for, to do the hard
Uh,
labor so that I can look pretty.
I don't do hard labor.
Did Alex solo the serpent while in the ocean,
Yeah.
going at full speed on a boat?
There you go. I'll just fly off somewhere into the distance.
That'll be great.
That's what I did. I have 3 clips of it too, because I was streaming at the time. I fought 3 serpents when I was trying to go home, in my boat, and I killed all 3. Yeah, I lose a lot of the materials because they drop some stuff, but I get all the meat that floats.
go.
But the scales don't float; they sink to the bottom, so I lose out on those. But I got a bunch of meat, and my boat was intact.
Got to get that sweet, sweet harpoon.
Gotta be sailors on the moon.
Isn't that where Sailor Moon is from?
No, I'm talking about Bender. With sailors on the moon. Nobody? Damn.
No, I don't remember that one.
It's like the first episode of Futurama.
Oh gosh, I haven't seen that in so long.
There was no first episode of Futurama. You lie. It
Oh,
started.
right.
It started like 3 years in.
It started in media res.
Yeah. Oh my god. I remember the first scene from Futurama. That's, I think, what I remember the most, is Fry getting stuck in the cryolator and being woken up to, welcome to the world of the future.
No, it's the world of tomorrow. Come
World
on.
of tomorrow, sorry. I should know this.
You should. I know this.
Yep.
Oh, Clayton shared a clip of him doing Valheim stuff, I think.
Doing Valheim stuff.
Yep, these are the 3 serpents I fought in that one stream. They did not survive.
Did you survive the staircase?
I'm a rogue. We're fleet-footed. We land softer than you do.
That's probably fair.
Rogues?
What kind of arrows are you?
Also, you wear mail armor. I wear leather.
That's fair.
What kind of arrows?
Looks like obsidian. Yeah, I think those are obsidian arrows.
Nice.
Don't ask
But
me,
all three were basically drive-by shootings. of
Yeah,
serpents.
that's how you take them out. Like the serpents, you don't try to. You just want to go as fast as you can and shoot them.
Yeah, and I was racing, so I just want to get home. But it's like
Yeah.
you want to see them before they see you.
Because they will.
'Cause if they
will
see
end
you, then you're reacting.
Yep, and
Yeah.
your boat. If they sink your boat, you're dead.
Yeah,
And dying in this game is not wonderful.
and dying in the ocean is even worse. Like
yeah, it's
there
far
was a subreddit that I used to follow. I think I'm probably still subscribed to it, called the BRS, which is the Body Recovery Squad. And there are players who will go and help other Valheim players who died and they can't get all their stuff back. You know, people who need help. Maybe, you know, not younger players, but younger players in sense of playtime. You know, who don't, you're like, oh, I got destroyed by a bunch of trolls, or I lost my boat, you know, I got attacked by a serpent. And they'll bring their own supplies and they'll help you out and they'll get you back to your own house. And they
I
don't
like
accept
the,
any payments. You know, they just do it for the community.
It's kind of like the fuel rats in Elite Dangerous.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, you're stranded somewhere out in space without fuel? We'll get you. Don't worry about it. Very nice seeing communities of people do that type of stuff.
Valheim changes completely once you gain the ability to make portals and you just start carrying the portal materials with you everywhere.
Yep.
That game
Yep.
becomes much more traversable. Like, it really has a good, rewarding, I guess, power curve where as you play, everything gets easier.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's good because I've played some games. And I think we talked about it maybe with Palia, for instance, where if the requirements you have increase, but the way you can get the items to do these doesn't increase or stays the same. If it's just a straight line progression, it doesn't really feel good.
Yeah. I would say Valheim is. It has some of that. I mean, the biomes, the monsters become more powerful, but the weapons you can make change. You get, things like sledgehammers that aren't in every biome. So you might use the same sledgehammer for a couple of biomes if you want to use that. On the other hand, you have what's a good example? You can make a cloak that makes you immune to cold.
Yeah.
So if you go in cold weather, you're just immune. You can get gear that makes you poison resist, or you can create poison resist potions that make a certain biome trivial compared to dealing with it without them.
Oh, sure.
Yep. And earlier on, you get the troll hide set, which makes you more sneakier, which is great when you want to sneak around trolls.
Exactly. And then once you learn the other mechanic in that game that's really important is the damage resistance mechanic. Like once you understand what things are weak to, it becomes much easier. If you're fighting a troll with a mace, you're gonna have a bad time.
Well, yeah, you fight trolls with fire.
They have maces now. Last time I played, they only carried logs.
No, I mean if you're using the mace.
Oh.
If you're using a blunt weapon against a troll, have fun. It can work if you have the right one, but if you're over leveled for it.
It works even better if you're doing with friends, because you could be holding aggro, ranging them, and they could just run right up behind them and just start stabbing them in the feet.
Yep. Or you can do it my way and just parry their swings.
My friend would kite the ones with logs and just to deforest the whole area. And just oh, we need a bunch of trees. All right, well I'm gonna use this troll here to do all the trees for me, and then we just pick it all up after we kill the troll.
Yeah, parrying is the very high risk method. If it works, you just kind of win. But if it doesn't work, you probably die. Anyway, it's almost 1, so I got to get out of here. But I'm glad to talk to you all this time. Missed the last couple. Nice to meet you, Clayton.
Nice to meet you.
Hopefully I'll be around next month. Talk to y'all soon. Have a good night.
See you later. Have a good night. Nice to see you, buddy. Bye.
Bye.
His name is now Buddy, apparently.
Buddy? Oh, is that like in Child's Play? Oh no, that's Chucky.
No, that's Chucky.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I'm not caught. It's, you know what? It's after Halloween. I can't be, responsible for not knowing all of these movie monsters and their names.
Gotta buy all that 50% off candy.
That's
probably
right.
all gone already, to be fair.
Alex, is there any at your Walmart?
I don't know. I don't go in there during the day.
You are not a dweller there during the day?
I just don't
You
go
both play Bullet Hells, right?
Not really.
Sometimes. I've played my fair share.
Have you tried the Deep Rock Galactic Survival demo when it was during Steam Next Fest?
Oh, see, I played Deep Rock when the first one that came out, the multiplayer, but I have not played the survival one. I did not play
It is fun. Oh, hold on 1 second.
It is 1 second, indeed.
It is exactly 1 second long.
No, I'm gonna have to go to the eye doctor on Monday.
Oh.
The nose piece fell out of the glasses, which means the little screw fell out sometime, and I don't know where it went.
Oh. You don't need those.
I don't even know how long it was out, and the nose piece just fell out when I was fixing my glasses, and I was just like, oh, very lovely. So, hooray!
Hooray!
Anyway, I saw the regular Deep Rock Galactic game, and it doesn't seem like it would be the game for me.
Sure.
But the Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, which is the bullet hell version, the top-down bullet hell version, that's a lot. It was so much fun.
Really?
I covered it in a video, but yes. Wow, we really do need to talk about Steam Next Fest games, don't we?
See? Yep.
Oh
told
yeah,
you.
yeah. I played the 3 that I talked about, and I was pretty much like, I don't have a ton of time. I'm gonna just talk about these 3. I'll try them out. They look
This one.
like something. Yeah. I did see it pop up.
It
on the
is
thing.
it is so much fun.
Yeah.
I did not think it would, and I take bullet hells for what they are. Like, to me, they are jump in, jump out games. Play a round or two, move on to the games that are in your regular rotation. World of Warcraft, Raft, Valheim, No Man's Sky, Starbound, Starfield, whatever the hell the game's called. You know, games like that. And I look at bullet hells as, okay, I want to play it, maybe I want to play a game when I get home from work before I jump into my regular games.
Sure.
But this game, to me, feels different. Like, it's so much fun compared to other bullet hells that I played, especially during Next Fest that I played. Like, this was probably the best bullet hell that I played out of all the Next Fests of 2023.
Really.
The way you level up feels good. The perks that you can get, the item that you can select, the things that your character says is just hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, the dialogue in the game makes it better than other bullet hells. And don't get me wrong, like Rogue Ganesha, Vampire Survivors, all those other bullet hells, they're fun in their own rights. But this has like that kind of like slapstick comedic value to it.
Oh yeah. I understand that. Yeah, because that was one of the better things that I kind of liked about the Deep Rock when I played, the first game that they came out with, was that it had personality that I just didn't see usually. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to see that because I like the Vampire Survivors.
Yeah,
A lot.
and I think I've played a little bit of that. Well, I might have just played the demo. Because I have other roguelikes in my library that I played.
Oh,
Deep Rock Galactic. I'm looking at the Steam page. It says double season XP. Is it like a seasonal game?
I guess so. Yeah, I think it did have seasons.
I mean, I'm almost tempted to get it because it's like $10 right now. And it's
Oh,
normally a $30 game.
Never seen it really or played it myself.
Because it says special promotion offer ends November 13th. It is 67% off. Instead of $29.99, it is $9.89.
There you go.
Beautiful.
Is that one multiplayer?
Yes, this one is for 1 to 4 player co-op FPS.
Which one? The Survivors or the original one?
Deep Rock Galactic. I don't know if it is the original because when I type in Deep Rock Galactic, like several, but the roguelike one, the Survivor one, it is single player.
Got it.
Yeah, because when I type in Deep Rock Galactic, like I get Deep Rock Galactic, Rogue Core, Survivor, and then deals. What is Rogue Core? It is a 1 to 4 player co-op FPS. Oh, it's to be announced game. It's part of the. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're getting another Deep Rock Galactic game.
Another one.
Yeah, called Rogue Core. It is a spin-off with a rogue-like twist.
I do like rogue lights.
Could be interesting. If it has a demo, I'll probably cover it. I'll click follow so I can keep up on it. Yeah, I think I'll buy it. Deep Rock Galactic. It's $10.
There you go. Spend that money.
Well, let me see. Recommended 8 gigs of RAM. 3 gig storage. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, whatever. I'll buy it. I don't know when I'll play it, but that's like 90% of my Steam library.
Yeah,
I don't know when I'll play it, but
I know. Seemed
I
like a good
tried-
idea at the time. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I try to make a point to get through games, and I might start doing that as part of because I was slowly starting to move away from World of Warcraft streams, especially in the morning, and trying to play other games. But it's I always end up coming back to WoW. Like that's always going to be my mistress.
Right.
Let's just be real here.
Yeah.
But I've since the plague from Northern 2020.
Yes.
Alex will get this. I've played more variety of games.
Yeah.
And started streaming different games. Or now starting to cover them on YouTube. Although I haven't really put anything on YouTube since Steam Next Fest, which is terrible to do because the videos that I had did really well number-wise, which still blows me away. How some of them did hundreds of views.
Oh yeah.
One of them did almost 800 views, and I was like, my coworker was like, "Oh, it's gonna hit 1,000." I was like, "No, it's not." Like the one that did the best, which is terrible to say in terms of what we do, but out of the Next Fest, the one that did the best in terms of views was the Cursor Blade video, which did almost 800. And that game is so simple. It's just a simple game.
Yeah.
Sometimes
just
you
a
gotta
simple-
have simple games.
Have you watched the video? It's definitely one of those games where I could see it definitely being a mobile game as well, because it's just your finger moving around and killing everything. Like it is one of those good time sink games. I think it could be.
Oh sure.
I think the most brutal one that I uploaded that I didn't have a great time with was Mars Tactics, but I still posted it up because I enjoyed the game overall. I was just terrible at my tactics.
Oh, in a tactics game, that's got to be a problem.
I love tactics games, but the way it is in Mars Tactics, it's very unforgiving. Like, you could think that you're hiding behind some barrels and you can get some pop shots off at the enemy, and then you're like, yeah, I can reach you, but you might not be able to reach me. And then it's their turn, and they hit you, and you're like, how?
Yeah.
Like, this game, Mars Tactics, if you do watch the video, it is almost unforgiving.
Yeah.
Like, any little mistake you make, you pay for it. Big time.
I love that. Just make it impossible for me to play.
I'd rather play Dark Souls.
Oh my god. That's another
I've
one.
never...
Yeah, that Dark Souls is another one where it's like I've tried. I have tried to play Dark Souls.
See, I've never played Dark Souls. I've
Yeah.
played a Soul-like game. I played my first Souls-like game though, which is the Another Crab's Treasure.
Another
which is fun.
I tried
Crab's
that one too.
Treasure.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's
It is fun. It is not bad. It's cute. It's fun. The ways you die is hilarious. Like
oh, it's great.
It's literally one of those dumb ways to die kind of games, you know?
Oh yeah. I played a little bit of that too. Another Crab's Treasure. I saw it. It was from the same company, Angry Crab. I want to say, same.
Yeah,
same,
when they roasted Unity over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, they did a game before that was called Going Under that got a lot of press, and I understand that because I played that, and it was super fun. They did a great game. That was a roguelite. And then they announced that they were going to do Another Crab's Treasure as their version of a Souls-like game. And I did try the demo, and I was like, oh, this is really cute. It is. I just started to get into some of the bosses in the demo where I'm like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with this guy that sucks me up into his mouth. It's like I feel like I'm missing something here. I feel like I have to play the full game when it comes out, so I can play like chapter after chapter after chapter as it goes through, instead of getting dropped into the level 7 part of the game. But I was like, I liked what they were going for, where you get to be a crab and put on different shells that are bottle caps and whatever else they have there, you know. It's a great idea.
It is. It's really cute. I love that you can put on the bottle caps and stuff. I think I mentioned it in my video, but I think would be really cool since you've also played it. If you can stack up on those, like maybe you could put like the little shot glass on top of the bottle cap, or put a bigger cap on top of the bottle cap. You know.
Yeah, I don't think that's
they,
game breaking either. You know, because they kind of like have give and take with a lot of those. Like some of them have better defense, but they also break way easier. So you could, if you're stacking them, you could just keep going with those sort of gameplay mechanics. You know, I don't see why.
Yeah,
You couldn't.
and if it feels a little too game breaking, which it could be, but I doubt it. You could even make it where it's like the more you stack, maybe you're a little bit slower because you're weighing yourself down, and
Yeah.
you're a little crustacean.
Yeah, your speed and your reflexes. Maybe you can't dodge as fast. You have slower reflexes. You know.
Maybe you dodge awkwardly because you're off balance now, and
Oh my god, you know what would be so cute is if there's a chance that when you dodge, you fall onto the back of your shell and then you have trouble getting back up. That'd be awesome.
oh, that would be hilarious to get free hit by the enemy.
Yeah, the enemies are just like smacking at you while you're like just on their back like a turtle. That'd be great.
Yep.
That'd be excellent.
I don't know. I know Alex is terrible at this. I don't know how active you are on social media, but they posted a tweet where it was a screenshot of the cap on the front of the crab, and
Oh.
I made the comment. If you run into the enemy, does it count as thrusting damage?
Yeah. Yes.
Which would be interesting too. You bounce
Sure.
off the enemy with it.
Yeah.
I mean, physics-wise, it would make sense.
Yeah. No, that could work. I don't see why. I don't see why not. I like some of the mechanics. One of the fun things was, did you like the whole idea of being able to like, toss out the rod and then like pull yourself across like your Indiana Jones on the different, the little
Yes.
hooks? Yeah.
Yes, but one of the jumps, I fully thought I could make it without doing it, and I did not make the jump at all.
But there was one that it started to frustrate me to no end because every time I tried to jump, there's this dude that was hanging out like on the cliff face above me and would smack me and the jump would fail and then I'd fall down and I'm like, okay, well now what am I supposed to do? So I try hooking back on. Nope, he snipes me in midair and then I fall down again and it's like, oh come on, man.
I learned that you can actually knock them. I mean, you lose the items and the stuff that they drop, but you can knock them off into the abyss too.
I did find out if you're close enough. Yeah, if you're close
Yeah.
enough, you can do that. He was not. He apparently was not close enough for me. So I have to figure that out. But again, like I got through the tutorial era and I did that and I was like cool, and then I got to try the other like level that they had and I got partially through that. But yeah, the big suckerfish dude that came at me, I was like, oh no, this is not good. I'm not.
So I didn't do the other zone that they had available. I did the one, and I fought the final boss
Sure.
in that zone, and I got trashed every time. But I did on my last pull before I ended that video. On my last pull, I was able to kill it, and because I was like, oh, this video's going on long enough. You don't want to watch me die over and over, do you? You don't want to watch me. Oh, okay, we'll go one more time.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, okay, we'll go one more time. Okay, that run, it was kind of scuffed. I want a good fight. Let's go for one more time. And then I managed to pull it off, and I was just like, I will never play another Souls game again. I think I'm done.
Yep. I've played a lot of Souls games, and sometimes they work real well, and sometimes they suck. And it has so much to do with how much is left up to chance, with how they've developed those tactics for your character and for the enemy's character. If I feel like you're doing a good job of like implementing the mechanics so that I know what I'm doing, and I know that if I'm failing because I did something wrong, fine. But when it starts to get to the point where it's like I keep failing because your mechanics are screwed up, and and then the logistics are screwed up, no, I'm not playing this anymore. Yeah, another Crab's Treasure. That first boss, I was like, oh no, I feel like I could get the rhythm down eventually, and like, okay, I get how this is working, But there's a learning curve. There was definitely a learning curve for that one. But it was just too cute not to try, so.
I think it'll do really well when it comes out.
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of people are gonna play it and just think and have the song Under the Sea playing in their head the entire time.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna name
Just
Sebastian.
No, yeah,
in
yeah.
your
They're
head.
just not gonna play it on stream because Disney's gonna come after them.
Oh, yeah. No one can actually play the game. That's the thing.
Yeah.
No one can actually play
They
the
can't
game.
play the actual song, but they'll sing it along, and
Yeah. Imagine if
it'll
you
be
were
it'll be a
under
great
the
time.
Imagine if you were under the sea.
No, thank you.
Oh, well, not you.
Why would I
That
wanna
would be a
under-
great. That would have been a great segue for you when you covered that game.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been the perfect. Alex, just imagine if you were under the sea for a second. Just a little red crustacean.
Yeah. What
I
if
don't
you...
want to be a red crustacean.
Oh, so a blue crustacean then?
I'm blue.
What are you, Alliance? You'd be a red crustacean. You're a horde.
That's actually pretty fair.
It's true. It's true. You are a horde.
Blue crustacean.
Oh, a horde. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense too.
Wow.
Sorry, what was that?
Speaking of small things, have you tried out Warcraft Rumble yet?
I have not, and it looks not even interesting to me.
It's if you played Clash of Clans,
Nope.
then that's
Don't
kind of
play
what
mobile
it is.
games. So, like, I was like, what is this? And I was like, oh, it looks like a mobile game. Not interested.
It's not terrible. I actually played it so that I could get the pet in game. There's a pet you can get. No.
Is there?
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to find it. It's Nomelia Gearheart.
Sounds like a gnome.
It is.
This
It's the gnome that's with the pink hair in the promo videos for it. The gnome engineer.
Dislike. Unsubscribe.
What do you got against gnomes?
Oh, they're
It's
terrible.
not. It's not a terrible game. I mean, I do play mobile games. I'm super picky on them though. So I've played Clash of Clans. This game plays a lot like it, just with different twists to it, and it's not bad. A good time killer, I would say. Not something I would play until my phone battery died, but if I want to just jump in, play a couple games, get out. I don't know if I want to push to get Sylvanas as a character in the game, because you got to push really hard for that, and I don't think I'll have enough. I got the whole month to do it, but let's be real, I'm probably not gonna get halfway there, even if I did push. Again, I'm still figuring out my team, the balance, especially when it comes to PvP, which is how I gotta push to get her. Which is understandable, I get it. But
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
it's a
I
good
have no
thing
idea.
that everybody has phones now, so they can play it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everybody
everyone's
has
got
phones.
phones.
Yep.
I'm surprised they didn't say that during. That would have been hilarious
Oh,
when they
I-
introduced it.
I think
So
they're trying
we're gonna
to
introduce
not...
a new game.
Yeah.
Now that everybody has phones, we would like to introduce you to a new mobile game.
Oh, yeah. No, I think they're trying to not call attention to that ever again, if they can afford. I think they're trying. That is not one of their proudest moments, and I think they want to forget, make people.
And
forget
they
that.
know it.
Yeah. No one's ever gonna forget that. It's gonna be like the
I
red
mean-
shirt guy.
Yep. I mean, I think it was even Alex and I we talked about it when it happened, and we were like, "Well, we know this is mainly for the Chinese, the Asian market, because they're heavy on mobile games, and the idea should have been that they introduced it. They don't even introduce it at BlizzCon. They should have given it to the Asian market first, let it get big enough there, and then maybe introduce it at BlizzCon and say, hey, we're gonna bring this game to the rest of the world, to North America, and then to Europe, because then it's like mobile games are crazy out there. They would have made all their money out of the Asian market for Diablo Immortal.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
and then they could have been like, all right, so now we're gonna introduce it to America, and I think it probably would have gone over a lot better
Oh sure.
than the way it did.
Oh sure. Sure. Well, I mean, anything would have gone over better the way that they did it. So. That,
Yeah,
That
they shouldn't have they should not have presented it as a North American game first.
Right. Well, and I think the big problem that they had is that everyone was under this expectation that they were going to tell you that, hey, Diablo 4 is coming out, right? Like, oh, it's going to be Diablo 4, and we've got a big Diablo announcement, and it's Diablo Immortal, and everyone's like, ooh, they're calling it Diablo Immortal. Okay, cool, that's great. Okay, so tell us about this Diablo 4 and stuff, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry. No, that's not actually what this is. This is a mobile game, and everyone just got immediately deflated. So if they did what you're talking about, and they put it in an Asian market, and then they said, hey, this has already been out in the Asian market, and you can look at it, and people might have gotten actually hyped for it by that point, they would have been on better footing where people are like, hey, why is it that China has this, and we don't have this? Oh, we can bring it to you. And then all of a sudden it's like something people are hyped for, instead of like
Especially if it was
about.
exclusive. Especially if they could get like exclusive stuff for Diablo 3, because Diablo 3 was still a thing at the time.
Yeah.
You know, and there's like, well, we want to get these Diablo 3 rewards that you can only get in Diablo Immortal. Bring it over, you know. And then they could have said, yeah, it's going to be for mobile devices and tablets first.
Yeah.
And eventually it'll be ported to PC, you know, because it's easy to say, like, you know, that's what the team was for. Like, you'd have to have a team that can bring it over to PC.
Oh, we didn't
And
have
that you
plans to
can
bring it to
cross-play.
PC though.
I mean, yeah, you can play it on PC, and that's the reason why I played it for a while,
Yeah.
because it was on PC.
Right.
You know, because I was like, yeah, I want to give it a chance. I'm not going to put it on my phone. It's
Right.
probably going to be too big of a game for my phone anyway, and too power hungry.
Right.
And I don't always buy the latest, you know, $1,000, $2,000 device every year it comes out.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
You know, but I got a beefy $2,000 PC that can handle it. Sure.
Yeah. But I mean, they weren't planning to put it out on PC until they realized, oh, maybe people actually want to put it out on PC. Because that was the other question that they asked. It's like, so do you have any plans on taking it out to PC? And they're like, uh-oh.
Yeah,
like
exactly. Which is why they should have put it on. Oh, I got a pet.
Nice.
I got the blaze pet from killing the boss out in the camp.
There you go.
I got the
Like,
pet.
wow.
All right, I lost my train of thought when I got the pet. Yeah, when they asked the question of are they going to bring it to PC, yeah, that's when they knew they messed up. Like
Yeah.
I said, they should have brought it to the Asian market first for that.
Right. Yeah, the deer in the headlights look that team had at that point is
Was not good.
nigh unrivaled in gaming spaces, because you could just see that they wanted to be anywhere else at that point.
Yep.
Just anywhere else at all.
That's
I
going to
don't
be a
blame them.
great Jeopardy question one day in the category things we'd like to forget.
Yep, exactly.
This
Post-
company once said, "Do you not have phones?" What is Blizzard Entertainment?
Mm-hmm. Just
16 times the detail.
potent potables. We're gonna
Potentables?
potentables. Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Yeah, even better. What am I doing here? There we go. Even better.
What is this cave?
Uh-oh. He found a cave.
I love being a rogue.
Sneaky.
Yep. Bunch of fire mobs in here. I've never seen this cave before.
I have 2 max level rogues on my server.
Proud of you.
Rogues are fun to play.
Yes, they are.
Well, then you're not allowed to play them anymore. You can't have fun. You're not allowed.
That's rude.
I also have I don't know if you use which add-ons you use, but I use the add-on. There's an add-on called Call to Arms, which I use, which lets me know when they're looking for more. So like you get those adventure satchels for like doing a dungeon or a raid, like the bonuses.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I have the add-on for, so I can get bonus rewards. It's a great way. My friend's a tank, so she gets them all the time, which is great when you get the draconic augment runes, because the prices of those is going to go up as soon as the next raid tier drops.
Yeah.
And they don't really show up that much for DPS, and when they do, I always make sure I jump in on it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't been really doing any dungeons much at all. I don't know.
I haven't seen them
Pugs.
come up a lot for dungeons, but I see them a lot come up for quite a bit in raids.
Yeah, I haven't been doing raids either, but a lot of the pugs, because I don't really have a guild or anything, kind of suck. So
Well, when they introduce cross-faction guilds, you can always join me.
they already introduced cross-faction guilds.
No, they did it at BlizzCon.
What? No, that's the war bands.
No.
You can already have cross-faction guilds. Because I have my paladin that's alliance in my horde guild. Blowing this guy's mind.
No. I'm looking it up right now. Posted 1 day ago. Cross-realm guilds coming in the war within.
You said cross-faction.
Whatever. You know what I meant.
Also,
I
you
meant
can have
cross-realm.
You can have some cross-realm stuff, but guilds are a bit harder.
Yeah, so cross-realm guilds are coming with the new expansion.
Good, because I'm tired of swapping frickin' realms.
I mean, I left Dark Iron because Dark Iron was dead. When I came back to the game, Dark Iron was like I joined a guild that I recognized from not Burning Crusade, Wrath Days, and then that guild fell up. It was part of a multi-gaming network,
Yeah.
and that gaming network decided, hey, we no longer want to support World of Warcraft. You can no longer use this guild name. So the guild disbanded, and the GM paid for my transfer to come to Area 52, and that's where I've been ever since. But yeah, Dark Iron was absolutely dead, which is crazy, because back when I was playing with you, back in BC and Wrath, Dark Iron was popping.
Yeah, it was big back then.
And it was like the best server to be on, because you had 2 peak times. You had North America, and you had Australia.
Yeah.
So there was always something to do. It didn't matter what time of day you played in North America. If you were a late night player in NA, you got the Aussies that you could play with. It was a great time back then.
Yeah. That was also on a PvP server, so like,
Yep.
I stopped playing on there because I stopped playing PvP all the time because I was just like, meh.
I miss those days. I miss the days when Wrath first came out. The guild that I was in at the time, I had because I used to do a lot of arena 2s back then, and I had a hunter partner. And the day that Wrath of the Lich King came out, you can have all those fresh Death Knights. We went out to Hellfire Peninsula and we killed every single Death Knight that we found. Every fresh Death Knight.
Yeah. Because they didn't know how
For
to play
over
it.
an hour. Well, and we got honor out of it, so we
That
were
too.
basically farming honor. We were very mean about it. And
feel
when
like-
they tried to rush us with Death Grip, we get bounced around a lot because they don't know what to do. They Death Gripped us from one to another, and they all still died.
Yeah. I feel like I definitely did some of that with you occasionally.
Oh yeah. I mean, why would it? It was just, well, they're gonna be there and they're gonna stand there and try to Death Grip us. So, oh, they Death Grip me. Great. Oh look, Alex just hit them with Scattershot. Now they're turned around.
Yeah. I've been playing, when I was playing my Hunter last, I was playing a survival hunter and found that really fun.
What are you maining these days?
Yes, I don't know. I have a hard time picking a main. So like, I have a paladin that I really enjoy. Got my warrior that I played during Cataclysm back up to 70 to max level and geared out now. I enjoy a rogue, but depends, because whatever. I wanted to try and get shaman back up there too, so I've been kind of tooling around with whatever. But paladin's really fun now that they redid retribution.
Mm-hmm.
And then warrior's always been fun for different ways. Arms of warrior bleed. Yes.
Do you have a Drakthir?
Do I have what?
A Drakthir?
I don't. I haven't made one yet.
Oh. I would suggest making one and leveling it up before the expansion comes out, because they're going to start at 10, and I don't know what's going to happen to them with those that are not 70 before the expansion comes out, like if they're going to get leveled down because of it, because they're not going to be the appropriate level.
Yeah.
So I would say if you do get it to 70, they're not bad. They're not a bad class.
No, they seem fun.
Mine has dual gathering, so I use mine as a dual gatherer for mining an herb.
You saw our video we did about that, right?
The mining an herb or the Drakthir?
The evoker.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, how broken they were.
Absolutely broken.
The augmentation evoker,
Yeah. Super broken.
so broken.
Not as broken anymore, but
I mean, it makes sense though. When Death Knights, when they came out, blood was broken as hell. They were so overpowered. Demon Hunters were the same too. When I basically look at it like this: any hero class they introduce is going to be broken until it gets balanced, and there's no way they can balance it out unless it gets into enough players' hands and they can get enough data. Because you can only get so much data when you do beta tests and stuff. You're looking at a small pool of the player base, like probably less than 1% of the player base. Whereas if you put it out in the full game, you're going to collect a lot more data and a lot more feedback from a bunch of different players to where you can go back in and make these adjustments.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, it seems really broken here, and you know, because not everybody's going to put a character through its paces to find out what works and what doesn't.
no. I have actually wanted to try Arena and have never done it.
I like that
Yeah.
arenas, or actually, I haven't done arenas in a while. I've done a few of them when they were part of like the weekly events. I would just pug into those.
Yeah.
But I'm not spec'd for them, so I do pretty terrible. So I gotta get basically carried and get lucky.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have never done one, and I don't know how to like gear out for it specifically. I know you should probably have like arena and battleground gear too. So
Well, I think battleground gear will work for arenas because it's basically PvP gear, and you can use your honor and stuff to get gear from the vendor, which is nice. So it's not like you're grinding out to get loot from the battlegrounds to
there's
get
so many
upgrade gear.
battlegrounds now though too.
They're adding more.
Yeah, they're adding a new mode for it too. I think I heard.
I mean, they've been needing to add new battlegrounds for a long time,
Yeah.
you know. So now we're getting a new one. But we have all the old classics, which is nice.
It is very nice. Very nice indeed.
What is the Brawler's Packed House? Oh, it has an enlistment bonus too. I'll join it. You can get bonus honor. I mean, I don't PvP all that much anymore unless it's in instant PvP like arenas and battlegrounds. But I still try to get the mogs if I can, because they're still collectible pieces that you can transmog.
Yeah, I enjoy a lot of the Mog sets. They're really cool looking.
Yeah, and I like the changes that are coming to it too.
To the Mogs.
Yeah, with the new expansion. Because now if you have alts and stuff, so like they said, like if you're a clothy wearer and you get a piece of plate gear, well, you'll have that transmog for your plate wearers
Yeah.
instead of having to run your plate wearers through that dungeon. or
Yeah,
raid.
I've never liked how that worked.
I mean, I understood. You know, early on it made sense. Early on in the game, it made sense. 20 years later, it doesn't make sense.
No, I don't like it because I'm like,
Maybe 5 expansions ago, it stopped making sense.
yeah.
You know,
It's one
but
of the things I don't like because I'll run the thing on a character and I'm like I get all these things I can't use on the character and I don't get the mog for it. I'm like,
yeah, especially when they're soul bound and it's just vendor trash. Like if it's not, then it's either I can give it to the character if they don't have it, or I could sell it, or just enchant it. You know. But that's also why I like running my Nightborn Rogue through older content stuff, because if I can't use it, I could just disenchant it. I feel like I'm getting more out of it.
Pretty much. No, I feel that. Now we're just talking about WoW, Nathan. Stuck
Yeah.
at Trebek. I told Nathan he should try. Back when Dragonflight was free for like a weekend to try out. I was like, you should try it, Nathan. You haven't played since like Burning Crusade,
I
Wrath
haven't played
days.
since Wrath of the Lich King.
Yeah, and he
The
played
dragon
Druid.
riding is a lot of fun. The dragon racing, I think, is one of the best things right now.
Brave
Especially
really
like,
enjoyed
especially
that
like with
too.
especially like when they added the Eastern Kingdoms and the Kalimdor Cup.
Yeah.
The Eastern Kingdom Cup, I didn't push myself hard enough to get gold in everything, but the Kalimdor one, oh yeah, I got gold in all the races. I pushed hard for that.
Nice.
So now I just wait for the next one to show up.
Yeah, the dragon riding, I at first had been like, this sounds dumb. Like, just a new flying mode? It's like How to Train Your Dragon, okay. And then playing Dragonflight, I'm like, oh no, okay, this is actually really cool.
Right? Just imagine how fast you'll be able to fly now from like Orgrimmar to Daenerys.
Yeah. The only downside is what you mentioned earlier, where you're not going to be able to, like,
AFK.
just sit in there.
But in an old world area, if you're doing it in old world zones, it's not gonna matter. Like there's high peaks stuff in everywhere. Like you're gonna be safe, especially because you're gonna outlevel and outgear anything that could kill you
Yeah.
in that zone. So the only way it'd be terrible would be current content. We have more risk of dying. I can see it already. There's going to be a lot of Invincibles and Ashes of Alar that are going to be zooming through the skies when they introduce the flying to old mounts.
Oh, definitely. Oh, well. Nathan, how are your flowers doing? Your button
have
mushrooms.
So many mushrooms.
Eat them all.
It's gonna be a party.
Yeah.
You're gonna see colors.
I have these
That's
cloudberries in front of me. I'm like, oh, I gotta.
Cloudberries. What are you playing? Valheim now?
Oh yeah, I'm got cloudberries. I
That is
Those are real.
100% a Valheim thing.
Are
Yeah.
they a real thing? Because they might be a real thing.
They
I
probably
wouldn't
are.
doubt.
Oh my
Most
God.
items that we get in games are loosely based on a real item.
Or just wholesale the whole real item.
Yeah.
I'm just
Visually, this game does remind me a lot of Valheim.
Yeah, it does have a
Just-
very similar style to it. Yeah.
Just quieter, because by now you would have been chased down by a troll.
Yeah, I mean there are some dangerous animals that you have to be on the lookout for, which you can kind of crouch around. The one that they make note of are bears, which are usually lurking around some like treasury areas. I just haven't stumbled across them, or I'm actively trying to avoid stumbling across them. Of course, as soon as I say that, it feels like,
One's gonna jump out at you.
yeah, all of a sudden it's like, oh, so you don't think that we're gonna experience bears, huh?
Oh my.
The fungus. I always have hoof funguses. A hoof fungus is the best fungus though.
Is it?
Yep. Bar none. There's no argument on that. No argument on that.
What is this game called?
Among Trees. This is called Among Trees.
It just doesn't
Oh,
feel like
okay.
there's like an end goal to it, is there?
Well, because in the YouTube description it says The Long Dark.
Oh,
Nathan,
that's
what are you
interesting.
doing?
Oh, does it automatically,
No, it doesn't. You have to put that in there yourself.
Oh.
Which means I'll go edit that.
I don't know why I would not have put The Long Dark in there, though. That's the
Oh,
weird thing.
that fox is so cute. I'm looking at the slideshow pictures for Among Trees, and the character's petting the fox.
Oh, nice. Oh, there's a bear.
Oh my.
Anyway, there's a bear over there.
Eat it.
Uh-oh.
Is it unbearable?
That bear's coming at me now. That bear's thinking about trying to attack me.
Do you have weapons?
I have an axe. I don't think this is going to work, though.
Establish dominance.
This game came out in 2020, by the way.
Yes.
Which game?
The game he's playing.
No, it came out in 2021. I'm looking at the Steam page.
I know, YouTube says 2020.
Oh, YouTube is weird.
I assume it was an early access or something.
Oh, that's probably it. There you
Wonder
go.
what-
Yeah.
wonder what YouTube says for DayZ.
Why do you want to look at Daisy?
Oh, because
You can adopt a fox pet in this game.
So
I
the
can
thing about
adopt a fox
DayZ,
pet? Oh, sweet.
Nathan, is that it says it came out in 2018.
Yes.
DayZ did not come out in 2018.
I'm surprised Daisy still exists at this point.
I kind of wish it didn't at this point. DayZ launched in 2013.
Yeah.
That seems forever ago.
It is.
I mean, compared to we played World of Warcraft that came out in 2005, and that does not seem like so long ago with the Avengers we've had. But DayZ feels like it was out a lot longer.
Yeah. Well, DayZ was in a
I thought you were saying Daisy, like the flower.
no DayZ, DayZ, as our British friends would say. DayZ sat in early access for like 5 years, and it never felt good.
Mm-hmm.
As
I'm
opposed to
surprised
WoW.
you played it for as long as you did.
I didn't play it that long. I think I've played it for let me
One
back
day
this
and you were
down.
done.
I put 20 hours into it. I played with some friends at the time, so it was kind of more fun than it actually is. But WoW, on the other hand, actually felt like a game the whole time. So
I mean, I've seen people's videos and streams of DayZ, and it looked very boring. But there was some, there's like when there was action, there was just some action.
yeah, it wasn't great.
Oh, you can't use this in arenas? The Packed
gonna
House
ha-
Brawl is an arena, a 10v10 arena.
We're gonna
You
have
can't-
to play WoW together again sometime.
Yeah. Can't use Shroud of Concealment in arenas. Man, that would have been so great to use.
Yeah, you just get you know,
Yeah, you know.
is it time to run from here? There's a couple enemies here.
Yes. You need to run from everything.
It's always a good time to run.
Baby, you were born to run. I'm just gonna put those things in there. Check here. Oops. Make sure I save again, because apparently now I have to deal with bears out in the woods, so that's great.
I mean, you see it as a problem. I see it as future dinner.
Future dinner,
I see.
future dinner.
I mean, I think I see it as a great way to end the stream is to go and see if I can confront Mr. Bear.
That's fair.
As soon as I No, I don't need to eat a little something. Okay, I kind of know where Mr. Bear is, so I'm gonna see if I can't sneak behind Mr. Bear.
Oh, I'm running away from where I was going because some enemy ships showed up. And I'm in a mining ship, so you know, I'm defenseless.
What are you playing?
I'm actually playing a little bit of Eve right now.
I have heard about
Um,
Eve.
It's because I watched a 6-hour documentary that Frederick Knudsen did, or listened to it the other day, and I was like, damn, now I want to play Eve.
There's
So,
Eve's got lore, man.
yeah, there was a lot of stuff in there. And one of our, I know you're new to the Discord server. One of the guys in the server, Clayton, is a longtime Eve veteran
Yes.
and sort of an industrial terrorist.
Hmm.
So, you know.
Kind of a legend in Eve, actually. There's a thing that they used to do relentlessly called Hulkageddon, and it was basically like just ramming stations with just giant legions of ships, and he was the original like organizer and coordinator for that.
I'm guessing Eve has been quiet for a long time because usually Eve makes the news when something big happens, and I haven't seen like it breaking IGN, Tokaku, and
I don't know.
all that stuff in years.
You'd have to ping Holicity for that. I was actually surprised in that 6-hour long documentary that his name was not brought up.
Uh-oh.
Just a little bit. Oh, get that bear. Get it. Get it.
Oh, okay,
Wow. That bear just really charged me an hour.
just for the record, uh-oh, the bear's eating
It's getting
me
dark.
now. The bear ate me. Oh,
The bear ate you so hard that it killed the string.
it closed the game.
Wow.
I think when I was clicking on it, it ended up like it got to that like reload or close game screen, and it just and I hit the close game one before I could even react.
Why would it have an option to close game from a death menu?
That is great.
Yeah, well, you know, that's kind of how things work. And at any rate, that's a good place for me to end that game, is with me getting my guts ripped out by a bear after collecting mushrooms for a few hours. That's good.
It ate you and the mushrooms.
It ate me, it ate the mushrooms. Oh, it's gonna be a new version of Cocaine Bear. Bears on
Oh
shrooms.
my God.
Shroom Bear.
I actually want to watch that movie.
I've seen that movie. I've watched that movie. It's ridiculous. it's the most stupid.
That's why I
thing.
want to watch it.
Yeah.
It's like Sharknado, but better.
Yeah.
It's a bear.
Yeah, because it's a bear. It's like a quirky comedy, but with a cocaine bear that eats people. So there's that. There's a scene with the ambulance where it's just like, this is utter chaos. I don't know what's going on now. It just
The one where they're driving away and the bear just leaps.
yeah.
I saw that in the previews.
Yeah, well, the whole scene is just insanity, like from start to finish. It's just like, what the hell is going on in this? Just crazy. They it is a crazy movie, and it's one of those things where they're like, oh yeah, it's based on a true story, and it's like, that's a generous interpretation.
It may be based on a true story, but this movie is based on comedy.
Yeah, it's like the true story is that somebody did indeed like drop these pounds and pounds of cocaine over this forest, like a western forest, and they haven't recovered most of it, and they know that there was a bear that did indeed inhale some of it because they found the bear dead. of a cocaine overdose. So that's the real story behind it. Not that a bear got coked up and then started mauling people to death. The bear found some of that cocaine, and they found the body of an OD'd bear in the woods.
Which wouldn't really sell tickets in the box office.
No, it really would be a very short movie. Very short film. So it's mostly the idea that they inadvertently ended up having the cocaine scattered throughout the woods where they had to try and recover it, and a lot of it never actually got recovered.
Oh well, the bear just wanted to eat.
The bear
Bear
just
had a
wanted-
great time before it died.
Yeah, probably.
Party of its life.
Yeah. That's the dark reinterpretation of Winnie the Pooh that we need.
No, they already did
Have
that.
you
That's Blood and Honey.
seen? Yeah. Which I did not think was real, because I had to go look it up to see if it was, and it was, because Winnie the Pooh was in the public domain, just as long as you didn't put a little red shirt on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Any dark reinventing of Winnie the Pooh is a good thing. So, I approve.
Yeah, that was hilarious, especially how fast they got it out too.
Yeah, well, they jump it on before Disney can go, no, we're changing the public domain laws again. Here's money.
Yeah.
Yeah, before they can say, no, actually, it's 300 years after the creator's death. Before you can have it.
Which they got the money, they could probably push for that.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
they
I mean,
do
the only
often.
reason the laws are as far out as they are is because they pushed for that. It used to be, what was copyright law originally? It was like 20...
Wasn't it like 100 years or something?
No,
100
no.
years or less?
No, a lot less. It was originally 25 years, I want to say, after creation, not after the death of the creator, but it was like 25 years after the creation was when it became public domain. But now it's 100 years after or it's like 70 years after the death of the original creator. So that's why Steamboat Willie is going to be coming into public domain shortly. Because I think Walt died, like, however many years ago it was. It's like next year will be the time frame after he died. And Disney hasn't been able to petition again to push it out even further. But the irony that people keep talking about is that Disney only ended up getting famous and getting most of their best properties off of the very generous public domain laws that we had originally. Because if you look at like all of their old cartoons, like their cartoon animated features, those are all based on storybooks that were in public domain. That was all fair use, and they could reinvent those. And they really did benefit from that. It made their empire, and then they turned around and they said, actually, no one else can do this. We're not going to let all of you try this crap. We did it, and we made our money. Now none of you can do it. And there was a real case to be made that the original copyright laws were really there to make sure that the original authors or the illustrators or the creators could get their money off of the intellectual property for, a couple decades, a few decades, and then they'd be able to go into public domain so that other people could reinvent and innovate over that original creative work, so that we kept coming up with new things and reinvigorating life into old products, which worked great during that time. Until Disney was like, but we want money. So so them and a lot of the other studios were like, but what if we just had our properties forever? that would make us more money. So we're gonna do that. More money, please. And so
More
yeah.
money.
So they kept pushing it out and out. It became 20 or 30 years after the death of the inventor instead of 20 or 30 years after creation. And then they pushed that back, so it was like 50 years. And I'd be surprised if they weren't going to try it again, because Steamboat Willie is going to become public domain, which essentially means that Mickey Mouse, at least the original versions of Mickey Mouse, will be a public domain figure. And Disney does not want that. That will not be... No, they don't. I don't think they want that at all. That
could be the beginning of the end for them if that happens.
Yeah, because that's literally their mascot on everything. And they don't want that to be public domain where other people can utilize it without paying them royalties or getting their permission. And so that was like the last time they changed the copyright laws. I think it was because of that too. If Steamboat Willie was going to be coming into the public domain, and they were like, no, we're going to change that law. We're going to get those laws changed again. And it's kind of surprising that they haven't tried to do it again or recently, or maybe they're just biding their time. I don't really know. But considering that's their mascot character, yeah, they really just don't want that to happen. I feel like it's just one of those things at a certain point, you should just like take the mask off and just the government just kind of go, okay, we're not changing copyright laws, but we're going to make one specific carve out for this one freaking character so that we don't have to keep changing shit. Like,
that I can see more happening than the other thing.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I get that it's special conditions and we don't like to single stuff out, but come on, guy. If it has to be between changing the entire copyright system to accommodate Disney not losing their IP, or just saying, okay, Disney's IP is safe because I don't know, it's their specific branding piece. So Mickey Mouse is just off the table, guys. Sorry, you can't use it. It's just, that's not a fair use issue, but everything else is fair game. That would just make so much more sense anyway. But the way that they do it is they want to say, well, it has to apply to everything. So, okay, if it's going to have to apply to everything, it means that everything has to be disallowed as a fair use issue.
Boy, we can't have nice things.
Or they give it to them with Mickey Mouse, but they give it with concessions. Like, all right, we'll allow you to keep this as that, but you have to put these in the public domain.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, okay.
You know, gotta get some compromise out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Because there was a real utility to having public domain figures, because you could innovate a lot, and it was a creative pursuit to get more people access to properties.
Well,
that
Disney
they
doesn't
could
want to innovate.
No, Disney. No, that's why they keep coming up with live action versions of the animated films that they already released.
Which aren't always great. Some of them are really terrible.
Most of them are not great. There's been a dearth of them that were really good. But you know, and then they ask the question like, well, why aren't they doing well? Well, because we've seen it before and we're bored. You're just doing the same stuff over and over again. Of course people aren't going to it. And
We need more Lion King 2. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, sorry, Lion King
2.
Electric Boogaloo. But wasn't there an animated version? Maybe it was direct to video one. That was the Lion King. I thought they were also gonna do Aladdin 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Live action?
They did do a live action of Aladdin, and it was terrible.
I mean, compared to the other ones that they've done, it wasn't so bad.
I mean, I'd rather watch the animated Aladdin any day of the week.
Oh, I'll take
Yeah.
Robin Williams for the genie anyway, any day. In
Yes.
form. Yeah.
Yes,
no
and this
one's
is
gonna do it.
and this is This is pre-slap Will Smith we're talking about here.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like Will Smith did a fine job, but like it's Robin Williams is the genie. So like,
Yeah.
we're like,
Like,
come on.
as much as I loved Will Smith at the time, and as much as beloved he was, like he was fighting the worst uphill battle he could have ever fought
You can't. Yeah,
to
yeah,
play the genie.
yeah. It was one of those things you're just not going to be able to re-innovate. The Lion King had a problem of suffering where you could not create as expressive or interesting or dynamic a character by doing the 3D generated versions of the animals. Where it's like in the animated versions, and Simba needed to show emotions. Boy, you saw emotion on the original like cell shaded animation. And when they did the 3D animated versions, it's like, are they doing anything? What's going on their face? I can't tell what's happening right now. And then they like Scar, that's another case where Jeremy Irons was so good in that role, and he actually sang the Be Prepared song and everything. And then when Idris Elba had the role, it's like a spoken thing that's kind of like undercurrent, and it's like, guys, these are layups. You can just it's a song.
I mean, with Idris though, it could work. I could totally see him as voicing Scar. He's
yes,
a great character, and he's got a great voice for it. Like
so good.
the best thing I could say that could showcase the way his voice is was when he did the Hobbs and Shaw movie
Yes,
with Rock and Jason Statham. Like to me,
Yes.
that was the best portrayal of like that evil voice that he can do.
Oh yeah.
Would have been the perfect Scar.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, it was just like over and over again. I think that one of the best interpretations that they had of the new one was like Jungle Book. Just because I think that worked better by having like an actual like kid interacting with like the CG animals, and Baloo was good at, like Bill Murray as Baloo made sense, and all of that seemed to work okay. And also Jon Favreau seemed to actually give a shit about about that movie when you see the behind the scenes.
Yes.
Like, he where like the kid wasn't sure about, like, he wanted to make sure everybody was comfortable. So like before anybody did stunts, he's like, I'm gonna go do the stunts. I'm gonna get in the water with you. I'm gonna show you how this is done. This is and this is where you're gonna be looking, and this is the kind of expression that they're gonna be making. Rah! Like this, and like they show the behind the scenes. It's like, oh, Jon Favreau actually gave a shit. Okay, good. That's why that worked. Terrific. The rest of them are pretty much cash grabs. It's like pretty much cash grabs. But yeah, no, Disney doesn't really like to innovate, which is the reason why they try to hold on to their license. Pretty sure.
And because they don't innovate, they're stuck with putting out shitty live actions
Yep.
that they think will do good and that they think people will love, but nobody's going to love them because no one's going to take their kids to go see it, because they'd rather take their kids to go see the original movie because that's what they grew up on. Like, they're hitting the wrong target audience.
Oh yeah, and people can just watch that on DVD, so it's they're not going.
And I feel the reason why they've been pushing a lot of that is because of the superhero genre movies. Like, you're getting all your live action MCUs and DCs and all those other superhero properties, and
Yeah.
and they look at that and they go, well, we can do that too with our characters, and it's just like, it's not the same.
Yeah.
Like, you look at certain actors, and then you look at and read the comics, and you're like, yeah, Chris Evans, totally, you can see him as Captain America. This character makes total sense. Robert Downey Jr. absolutely makes 100% sense.
Sure.
The way Ryan Reynolds has positioned himself over the years.
Yeah.
You can see, like, he was made to play Deadpool.
Yeah. No, they're great for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's in. I think I was watching a Patrick H. Wellum video, because he was talking about, like, what's the problem with, like, what are the problems that Hollywood is facing with modern cinema and how they structure things. And one of the things that he mentioned that I thought was really, really interesting is that once upon a time, we had like movie stars. So you would have star vehicles, and you could create new scripts and new, completely original IPs. But if you had stars that were in the role, people would go out to see those movies. You'd go out to see like a Clint Eastwood movie. You'd go out to see a Julia Roberts movie. Oh, it's the new Julia Roberts movie. And what happened with like the DC and Marvel is they're going to see a Spider-Man film. It doesn't even matter who Spider-Man is. You're going to see the Spider-Man movie.
I don't entirely agree with that. I think it depends. Especially, like, look at Batman and Superman. It really depends on the story that you're telling. Like, a lot of people hated Ben Affleck for the way he portrayed Batman. I, on the other hand, loved it. I loved the way he played Batman. He was pretty much the end of the line Batman. The Batman who has seen so much crap, who's been through so much, who's lost so much, who's done pretty much at his edge. He's done. You know, and at this point, he's ready to kill somebody. And he's at that point in his career as Batman where you can totally look at him and go, Ben Affleck as Batman is absolutely going to murder the Joker. He's going to kill somebody.
Right.
It's going. This is the Batman that does it. You know, kind of like the Killing Joke movie. You know.
Right.
It's like you can see, like you put Batman through that much stuff over a long enough time. You know.
Yeah.
Where you got your Michael Keaton Batman, you wouldn't really see that because it's not the Batman that's being portrayed. So it's when you look at all these movies, it's like how people put those memes out of the different Jokers who have played, and they're like the gangster Joker, the thug Joker, the brilliant Joker, the smart Joker, the tactician Joker. Like it's all these different layers, like of an onion. It's like all these different layers of these characters, of Spider-Man, of Superman, of Batman. Like
they're obviously just different parts of the different universes for DC.
Yeah, like you can see different actors and actresses play these certain characters because they're so multidimensional. It's hard to just encompass the entirety of that one character into one actor or to one actress.
Oh sure.
You know, that's why we had 3 different Spider-Mans. You know, Tobey Maguire was a good Spider-Man. He wasn't the best Spider-Man. You know, I think Andrew Garfield was probably better than him. Tom Holland's better than both of them. But like you got those different Spider-Mans out of it.
Yeah.
You know, Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man was at the end somebody who lost somebody.
Oh yeah.
And that wasn't the Uncle Ben. He lost the girl.
Oh yeah.
You know.
And then he gets redeemed in No Way Home. Which is great. But I guess here's the question that I would ask you, because I think this was Patrick H. Willems' point, is that when you go to see like No Way Home or something, is it because it's a Spider-Man movie or because it's a Tom Holland movie?
So when I went to go see it, I didn't really know who Tom Holland was. I'd probably have to look him up to see if there's other movies I might have seen him in.
Right.
Because he did another movie that was video game based. What was it?
Yeah.
Was it Uncharted?
Uncharted, yep.
So I haven't seen that, but I heard it was okay. It was pretty good. Some people really liked it.
It was fine.
I'll probably have to watch it myself. Some people say that he didn't really, like, visually, he looked the part, but he didn't really fit the character that he was playing.
Yeah.
It didn't seem to make sense.
Well, and the thing about it is that we kind of, I think a lot of people already knew they wanted Nathan Fillion to do that role because he would have been perfect for it. And then they did that fan movie that was like 10 minutes long where he was Nathan Drake, and it was so good.
Oh, I have to look that up then.
It was there's a fan movie on there, and I don't remember exactly what it's called, but it'd be Uncharted, and it was a fan-made video where God, I don't even remember who played Sully, but it was another well-known actor, and they came in and they were like, "Sure, we'll do this little movie for you." And Nathan Fillion was playing Nathan Drake for in this, like, and it's like, oh, see, this is what we needed a full-length movie of. This is just we really needed a full-length movie of this version. It's so good. He's perfect for that role. He looks the part. He's got the attitude right. You know, it
12
just,
million views on YouTube 5 years ago.
Yep. 5 years ago. That's where it was.
I'll definitely watch it after this.
Oh,
Check it out.
It's a blast. It's a fun little thing that they did. But you know, he's fine. I think that he was younger than they expected, and also Sully was younger than you expect for the if you're used
Yeah,
to the
I
games.
think like the look wise, I think Tom Holland did pretty well for that character visually.
Sure.
But I think that they were probably trying to really capture on his star power from the Spider-Man franchise.
Oh yeah.
Because he was big, and like you said earlier, you know, people went to these movies for your George Clooney's, your Julia Roberts,
Exactly.
you know, your you know all these big names, your Robert De Niro's, and all that.
Yep.
That's what they went to the movies for, and I think that that's what they were trying to capture with Tom Holland in Uncharted. They were just trying to capture this person who was becoming a megastar. You know, and
Yeah.
maybe it could have worked out if he played like a much younger version of that character, since he is a younger actor.
Sure.
It probably could have worked,
Yeah.
but
It's possible. Well, like, and one of the other examples is, like, you mentioned Chris Evans. Like, Chris Evans is perfect for Captain America. But since past Captain America, he's been having kind of some trouble with roles and, like, major roles. Even though any other time period, he would have been, like, top box office movie star. Like, there's no reason he wouldn't be. But then he got tied to that character, and now he's doing Apple. I watched the Ghosted movie that they did on Apple, and it's like, this seems like it's below him.
see, I think I think that's the kind of the traps that they fall in. Like, look at Robert Downey Jr.
Oh yeah,
Some of the movies he did weren't that great. Like the Doctor Dolittle movie sucked that he did. Absolutely sucked. As much as I love that franchise, and I loved Doctor Dolittle with Eddie Murphy and all that,
sure, yeah.
it was terrible. His Sherlock Holmes movies, while great, weren't
I thought that was a great
smashing. But he did a good portrayal of Sherlock.
Oh sure.
But some of the movies that he did, even in between, like weren't that great. And I feel like a lot of these people, when they leave the MCU, that's what they're going to be known for.
Yeah.
You know, like the guy who plays Falcon. Before that, everybody knew him as the dude from 8 Mile.
Yep.
You know, and he still is known for that. But now it's Falcon. You know, he's kind of broken away from that more or less.
Yeah.
But you know, Scarlett Johansson didn't do so many great movies after
It's true. Yeah.
her time as Black Widow. Like
And a
these
lot of them talk
movies
about it.
elevate them. These movies elevate them so high. And I'm not talking about in popularity and stature. It's just the world building of the Marvel Cinematic Universe as a whole,
Yeah.
because of the characters that they are portraying are way bigger than life,
Oh sure.
and they're putting on the biggest shoes ever to fill these roles that
Oh, yeah.
we all grew up on as small children. And it really it kind of pigeonholes them into or boxes them into these corners.
Oh yeah.
And it's hard to break away from that.
Yeah. No, you're.
Can
no,
they do it? Absolutely. It's just finding the right movie for it.
Oh yeah, no, it's a perfectly good point to
Oh.
make. I think that the problem that they're going to have now, and you're starting to see it, is there's like some new Marvel movies that are coming out, and they're saying that they're probably not going to do all that well because they're not seeing a lot of pre-sales for tickets, and part of that is because people don't go to the movies as much since the plague. But more than that is they were talking about like the Marvels, and it's like, well, why are pre-orders down for the Marvels? And a lot of people were like, because I have to watch 3 different Disney Plus shows to get the context for the movie. I have to do homework. I have to
gotta watch the
watch
entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D.
You gotta
Not
watch
not
the
entirely.
not the entirety
like
of S.H.I.E.L.D.
those are
but-
supposed to, like those are kind of like the fillers in between. Kind of like
Sure.
the best example I can give is World of Warcraft. We have the novels, the tie-in novels, and those are like the events that happen in between the expansions. You know,
yeah.
that's our Agents of Shield. That's
Yeah.
our Winter Soldier and Falcon. Those are those are our mini series.
Oh sure.
You know,
sure,
you don't have to watch them. Yeah, you're gonna miss some stuff, but you don't have to watch them because they're not pivotal or game change to anything that's going to happen in the movies. If
Mhm.
it was, more people would have watched those shows, and those shows would have been more popular than they were. They
Right.
were just fillers for the other characters that weren't getting screen time in the movies, like Agent Coulson. You
Right. Right.
know,
Right. Right.
and it was a way to introduce. I think it was also a good way to try to introduce new characters
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
maybe could get up into the movies.
Right.
Um,
Well, Shield.
but it's
Shield
not.
was really
It shouldn't
good.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
like
shouldn't be
Agent.
make or break
Yeah.
to have to watch them.
No. 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 Of Shield, like a lot of people will say, was way better than you thought that it was going to be, considering how much heavy lifting they had to do. They had to like know what all of the Marvel storylines were going to like go toward, and had to like try to hobble their entire storyline to be cohesive with every single narrative that came up in every Marvel property movie as it came along, to integrate it into their continuing story as it went along. And it's like, it's kind of amazing that they made it as good as they did, considering how frenetic it had to be just to build the storylines on top of each other, for every single release. But like the new trend that you see with like the Disney Plus ones, where they'll introduce whole new characters that they're gonna put into the movies, and those characters are in the Disney original series, is tricky for people who haven't caught up on those. Like, are people who didn't see Ms. Marvel going to be completely lost, or are they going to kind of reintroduce Kamala Khan when the Marvels come out, or are you just going to take it on, the idea that you already know who the character is? I've seen Ms.
Yeah.
Marvel, but it's not. I don't imagine that everybody who's going to go see the movie or had interest in seeing the movie is going to be instantly familiar with what's going on. Like,
Yeah,
there.
and going to your point earlier about people having to watch the shows, I guess to support your argument for that, the only show I could think of that would be the closest where it was almost required watching to understand what was going on would have been WandaVision, because that was
Mm,
so close around Multiverse of Madness,
mm-hmm.
where it felt like you did have to watch that
Yeah.
to understand what was going on, to understand what would go on in that movie.
Yeah.
But Agents of Shield on their end, they did really well with the whole Thanos snapping thing, where they lost their cast members and stuff too.
Oh yeah.
So they, like, for them, it's like they're playing off the events of what happens in the movies. So you're getting to see what happens to all the characters that you know that are a part of the shows or the movies, but aren't in those particular movies, and you find out what
Yes.
happened to them in Agents of Shield.
Yes. Yeah. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was an augmentation to what they did, and then the Disney Plus shows are more and more becoming a prerequisite to explain the movies for you. So it becomes a different, like, dichotomy between it. There's a phrase, there's a term called intertextuality, and it's what you see with Marvel a lot. And intertextuality is basically being able to reference a previously existing text to make it clear what your movie is able to do. So it's like sequels and trilogies will do that a lot, but then even inside of IPs, where you see a Star Wars property and you reference something that happened in a completely different Star Wars property, assuming that people are going to understand what the reference is. That's intertextuality. And so Marvel's kind of going with the idea that all of their properties on, like, the Disney Plus shows or any of their other things that they're doing are automatically going to be referenceable for their movie projects when it comes out. And I think it's just fatigue for a lot of people, where it's like, how much stuff do I have to be aware of to understand what's going on in the next movie you make? Because it's just very weighty. There's like 30 movies now that you may have to have some familiarity with.
Yeah, I think they should be making these shows to where, like, we don't want to see movies anymore well, for the most part, of origin stories or backstories or things like
Yeah.
that. If they could do that with the TV shows
Yeah.
and be like, oh, well, what if I want to learn about this character's origins before the events of this movie?
Oh,
Well,
sure.
the show can cover for that for you.
Yeah.
And then maybe have some tie. Then the second season after that could be the tie-ins between the second and third movie if they do that.
Yeah, yeah. No, as long as the movies can stand on their own without having to rely on all of that. But they seem to be relying a lot on the idea that, the shows are the explainer for what's going on. And I think that that's really affecting them when it comes to the box office, because it's more fatigue than anything else. Is just the exhaustion of there's 3 Marvel movies a year. It's like there's just so much. You just, could we not have as many, please? It's just too many. And then there's like 5 television shows that are all part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And so if you're trying to follow along, and you have to kind of understand all of that to get every little detail out of the text. And a lot of people are just like, I just don't have time or interest enough to do that. If you just put out, like, I don't know, I heard that when they did they had given a teaser trailer for Blade at Comic-Con, and apparently it looks really good. I'm kind of hoping that they have no previous reference to Blade in anything before the movie, and they just let that stand on its own, because I think it's going to benefit from it, where people haven't been introduced to Blade in like 5 different television projects where he's shown up, and like 3 other movies. Just like he comes in that movie, and you just learn about him at the time. And so
Well,
there's
wasn't
interest in
he?
it.
'Cause I don't really watch the shows because, one, I don't watch Disney Plus, and two,
Sure.
if it's not on Hulu, I'm generally not going to watch it. And I only have Hulu because I pay for Spotify Premium, and they gave me Hulu for free because of that. So I was like, yeah, of course.
Sure.
But wasn't he in one of those TV shows at the end, like with that Iron Fist dude? Like he was like off screen or something. Like he said something about somebody who opened up a box that had a sword in it. I remember like he made that intro and they introduced him at
They
the
might have
end as
teased
like a
that.
cliffhanger.
I think they might have teased that, but they never actually
Showed him.
introduced the character. Yeah, because I want to say it's Mahershala Ali is going to be Blade.
Yeah.
Having watched basically anything that's Marvel up to this point, I have not seen him as that character yet. So I think
Yeah,
they might
because
have
we only
teased
had
it.
we only had that one voice line of him saying like, "Are you sure you want to do that?" or something like that.
Right.
Like it was just the off-screen voice line where you just heard his voice and then fade to, it went straight to black.
Right. And so no, we haven't really had that happen yet. So I think we're okay. And I certainly hope they don't all of a sudden, like in just some project, they're like, oh hey, I'm Blade. Let me go show you everything that I do. And then, okay, Blade will return in the movie that we're doing. Now you know everything that's going on with Blade. No, just introduce him in the movie. just make the movie one complete thing. Give me a beginning, a middle, and an end. Give me a 3-act structure. Just give me a movie, please.
Yeah,
I
I hope for that too. I don't really want an origin story with them. Like everybody knows his origin story by now. And if you don't, go watch the original 3 Blade movies with Wesley Snipes because they are still just as good as they were when they first came out.
Yeah.
Like you are not losing out on anything.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, I think you could introduce the character just fine and still have the 3-act structure without really doing an origin story or even doing flashbacks, just to kind of like explain this is where the character's at right now, and this might be all you really need to know. You don't really need to know how he became how he became Blade or whatever. You know, you can
Yeah.
kind of just explain like, you know, well, yeah, I'm a daywalker, and what are daywalkers? Well, daywalkers are, you know, like they're vampires, but they walk during the day, and I kill vampires off, and it's like I think that's enough context, and we can kind of just flesh out the character a little bit along the time that the movie's going until you get to the end, and we have character development during that whole thing and stuff, and he's capable of doing that as an actor. So just have him do it. just,
Yeah, the thing that'll be the most interesting is the story that he tells, because we got great stories with the 3 Blade movies. Well, maybe not the sequels, but
Trinity
as great. And it wasn't maybe not as great stories as the first movie, but they were still good stories overall.
yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see Marvel's approach, because I'm hoping that they don't take notes from those movies. Maybe in the terms of the
Right.
mannerisms, maybe because
Mm.
the Blade character itself.
Oh
But
yeah.
you know, as far as that goes.
Right.
But
right.
other than that, like I hope they really carve their own path and tell their own story with him.
Oh sure. Yeah. I think people are really used to like the Wesley Snipes, just the look that he had going out there.
And I think that's the reason why they kept the look for the Blade in this one. Because I think he also has that look in the comics too, if I'm not
Right.
mistaken.
Yeah, no, I think for the most part this is how he looks. But Mahershala Ali is a very different actor than Wesley Snipes, so it's going to be interesting to see if he has more like maybe emotional weight. I always think of Wesley Snipes as more of an action hero, and Mahershala Ali is really more of a dramatic actor in most of the roles that he takes, as actually doing dramas or smaller like character pieces. So seeing him do that, I would hope that his overall interpretation of it would be different. But yeah, the presentation, at least the look and the feel of it, hopefully is somewhat similar, because it's such an identifiable look. It's such a good look. How Wesley Snipes looked and played. So keeping that and keeping the look, the aesthetics of the whole thing is fine. But I'm thinking there's probably more that they're going to do with that. But you know, it's like the
Yeah.
one, I think it's like the one Marvel project people are really excited about right now. There's 5
And
other
it's-
freaking movies that they're doing. I don't even know what they are.
And it's going to be interesting. And like earlier you said, like they shouldn't be putting out 5 movies a year. I think they have to be putting out as many movies a year as they can.
Maybe?
Like these actors, well, because look at it this way: these
Okay.
actors are only going to be the ages that they are for so long. You know, like
Sure.
like
Yeah.
certain characters, certain movie stars can't play certain characters for decades and decades on end.
Oh, yeah.
If they were to shoot these movies and put out one a year,
Right.
we'd be getting like we'd all be dead before they even finished the end of the Marvel series, and we'd be like, oh, how does it end though?
Right.
You know,
Right.
so I think the approach that they could take could be more of a we want everybody to watch all these movies, but it could be okay if some fans maybe skip this movie. Maybe they don't need to see this movie to see the overall end game of whatever story we're trying to tell in this phase before we get to the main bad guy, where Thanos was our main bad guy in this one.
Sure.
You know,
Sure.
so
Yeah.
maybe they could do that, and like, really and going back to the shows really should just be the fillers. They shouldn't try to help the movie, and it should be the other way around. The movies should be helping the shows as what happened after Thanos, or we're going into the multiverse now. You can have a show that's based around the multiverse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and eventually we're gonna get Deadpool and Wolverine together. So
Oh yeah.
who knows what stories that will tell, and if that'll bring in the Fantastic Four into the X-Men side of things,
Oh
because
sure.
that kind of seems like where things are gonna go, where the X-Men and the Fantastic Four are gonna cross paths.
Mm-hmm.
They teased it a little bit, and it kind of feels like that's might where those stories go for that side, you know. And then you got your Marvels, and then your Guardians of the Galaxy are riding off into the sunset for the
Right.
most part.
Right.
You know, and would suck because I think we could get a couple more good movies, not maybe out of the Guardians movies, like a
Right.
4 or 5, but out of the characters themselves.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess Star-Lord is still in it. I think the characters are, but I don't think they're going to do like a Guardians of the Galaxy 4. Mostly because without James Gunn heading up that project, everybody knows that it's going to be it's not going to be like the Guardians movies. It's just
Yeah.
it's not going to be the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, they basically had to beg, borrow, and steal to eventually get him back on board so that they could do 3.
Well, because they were gonna lose. They were gonna lose all their actors for
Yeah,
Guardians. Like
'cause-
they were all defending him. Like they were gonna lose Batista, and
Yeah.
Batista's becoming a bigger draw with
Mhm.
with each movie that he does.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And they didn't want to. They didn't want to lose him as Drax.
Yeah, Batista's
You know,
so
so
smart, too.
yeah, the actors and the actresses of Guardians were really smart. They held
Yeah.
them over a barrel, and they were able to get Gunn back.
Yeah.
It sucked that it took that long because that means it pushed back a Guardians movie.
Mhm.
We got a Suicide Squad movie out of it, which honestly was pretty bad, but we got some good characters out of it.
Yeah,
You know, John Cena's Peacemaker is great out of it.
I like King
Eldris's
Shark.
character
King
was
Shark
yeah.
great.
So
Yeah.
while James Gunn's Suicide movie sucked, you know, the other Suicide Squad movie, honestly, when you put those two up together against each other, the other one was a lot better than James Gunn's. James Gunn's, though, did bring some interesting characters and characters that we really got to see and we hope to see more of.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, like especially like King Shark. You know, like
Yeah.
they were good.
Mhm.
You know, I would say and like the other movie with Suicide Squad, we had some good characters out of that too. Deadshot wasn't that great, played by Will Smith.
Yeah.
I don't think he was a good Deadshot at all. Look wise, he had the attitude for it.
Sure.
You know, Boomerang was great.
And then they killed him off like immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, Pyro, the El Diablo was great. Who was that? They had the reptilian. God, what's
yeah,
his name?
yeah. Sorry.
His was good. Killer Croc. Yeah.
Killer Croc was
His Killer Croc. Yeah, that was good in that movie too.
He was great. Yeah.
So while some of the characters in there weren't that great, some of them were, and
it's
like I would like to see those two brought together. Some of them.
Still my favorite part though about the James Gunn Suicide Squad was the opening when you realize that the entire team that you've been following at the beginning for the Suicide Squad was the B team that they were just using for cannon fodder so that the A team could actually get in on the other side.
Yeah.
And you're just like, they introduce all these characters and it's like, wow, this is a jam-packed movie. And
It was.
kill all of
It was.
them
It was.
off.
Yeah. It was basically Deadpool 2's X-Force.
Yes, it was.
Except in that one, almost everybody died.
I immediately thought of X-Force when I was watching that. It's like, oh, it's this. It's like Weasel.
Speaking of which,
yes,
did you ever watch Bullet Train?
yes.
I know it's
I
segueing
like
away.
that one. But
Did you know about Ryan Reynolds and Brad Pitt, like their cameos in each other's movies was done as a favor to the other?
Oh no, I did.
Okay, so Ryan Reynolds asked Brad Pitt to be in his Deadpool movie.
Yeah.
And he played Vanisher, where you only saw for like a few seconds,
Before
right?
I died. Yeah.
He didn't really see
As a
him.
re-
He
as
just
a
kind of
retur-
went through a,
as-
he was invisible and went through a plane engine.
Yeah.
Right.
As a return favor for that, that's why Ryan Reynolds was in Bullet Train. He was the guy who took the day off, and that's why he was on the train, and Ryan
Yes.
Reynolds wasn't because Ryan Reynolds was sick or something. His character.
Yeah.
And that's why you only saw him at the end in that one shot,
Yeah.
in that one scene.
Yeah.
So that was, and I love when actors do that as a favor to each other.
Oh sure.
You know, and they did that in Free Guy. Like Chris Evans did that as a favor with the cap shield. He's like, hey, do you want to be in my movie? And hey, would you be okay if I use the cap shield?
Yeah.
You know.
That scene was awesome. I love that one.
I
too.
love when actors and actresses will cameo in each other's movies as favors to one another for no real money at all. Just
Yeah.
you know, just because. And everybody goes, "Oh, Hollywood's all cutthroat and everything." That's true. It may be, but there are some really close knit friends of people and stuff
Right.
who will do things like that for each other.
Well, it's funny because I occasionally would hear actors where they were like, "Oh yeah, no, I know that the perception is that like there's just it's so absolutely ruthless and there's an element to it." But the truth of the matter is that a lot of actors that you meet are going to be very personable and very friendly because people who are real assholes to work with get a lot less work because everyone talks. And so
Yep.
they don't want to work with just a load of prima donna assholes all the time. So why would we
Yep.
hire them for more and more projects? So the people that are personable and get along with folks and do a good job on set and work well together, they got hired for more jobs because of that.
Well, not just that. As cutthroat as Hollywood is, and it really is a dog eat dog business. It's become, from what I've seen as a moviegoer and all that, it's become a lot less over the years.
Yeah.
So sure, in the early days of Hollywood, sure, absolutely cutthroat. Like I would kneecap you if it meant getting this role over you.
Yeah.
But in this day and age, while it's not as cutthroat as before, it is still a cutthroat business.
Sure.
But times have changed in Hollywood, and a lot of these actors and actresses are friends now. It's not like the competition like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone,
Sure.
where they both openly talked about it in interviews, how they hated each other. Because if he does this action movie, then I have to do this action movie, and I have to do better than him. Like, yeah, there's a real competition there, and that should push people to be better.
Right.
But it's great to see that we don't have that as much anymore. Like, look at any Adam Sandler movie.
Yep.
A lot of the same people that you see in there are friends of his. He is 100% the I will bring my people with me to the top.
Yep.
He didn't hold anybody down. He brought them up with him.
Yep. You get
And that is
I think you get a crew, and you start to see this too with a lot of specific filmmakers, where they have actors that they just have in every single one of their productions. They keep bringing them back over and over and over again. Chris Nolan does this a lot, and Ryan Johnson does this a lot. You find that there are just actors that you gel really well with, and you just keep bringing them back because you can work well with them, and that they're going to give you what you need for the movie to be good. And so you almost have like these houses of the filmmakers and the people that they just like to work with continuously. Oh, Wes Anderson, that's the other one I was thinking about. Wes Anderson is famous for that. There's like a stable of actors that you get for a Wes Anderson movie because they understand the mission, and it's a very specific mission he's trying to accomplish with every single one of his movies. So he needs actors that are going to be on board for this very strange way of doing movie making, filmmaking.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. That and I think the other reason actors have to work so well together is because you have such big productions now with the big ensemble casts that you figure you're gonna work with everybody at some point.
You don't want to Jared Leto yourself out of roles.
Exactly. You don't want that to happen, and so you end up with this scenario where everyone's going to work with you used to have the 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Now it's like the 2. It's like 2 degrees of getting from one person to another now, because chances are most of the actors you could reference were in Endgame. So just by itself, it's like how long to get from Colin Jost to Kevin Bacon. Well, Kevin Bacon was in like Guardians of the Galaxy, the holiday special, and the Guardians of the Galaxy were all in Endgame, and Scarlett Johansson was in that, and Scarlett Johansson is married to Colin Jost. There, I did it in like 3 moves. It's because everybody just goes through that one movie.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Especially with the way media is now. Like, there's so much crossover. Like, remember for a while that Robin Williams, like, people were like, oh, he's a movie actor now. He's a movie actor now. But he came up in TV, and then he did that TV show.
Yeah. More movie. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And like it's like he went back to TV, and it's like there's nothing wrong with doing that. Anybody, could do that, and they probably should, because it honestly it just rounds you out more as an actor or an actress, and it really brings everything more together for them. You know, just
Yeah.
like do maybe I'll do this smaller, and it's a lighter work schedule. Maybe they did a lot of movies and stuff. They're a little overworked. Maybe they want to slow down a little bit.
And it's
TVs
steady
are less
work.
demanding.
That's the other
Yeah.
thing, is steady work. If you know that you have a season of television, that's steady
Mm-hmm.
work that you're doing over the course of many months. And if it can get picked up for multiple seasons, you now know that there is steady work to be done for, year on year on.
Yep.
Where movies are such a like an on-demand service. It's like, oh, I got a contract to do a movie. Well, okay, great. You're going to be working for like these 3 months while they film, and then bye. I don't know if
Yeah,
I'm never gonna
and,
have another role, but
like-
yeah.
And running shows is less demanding than movies. Movies you're shooting for a lot longer time,
true.
whereas a show, if they're running, if it's doing, you see some productions are like, oh, well, we shoot these episodes back to back, or we shoot a couple episodes at a time, and it's like if you shoot if it took you a month to shoot an entire season, and you're like, oh, I got paid for it, I can
Yeah.
ride out this for a little bit, and then, you know,
Mm.
maybe they pick us up for a second season. That'll be great.
Yeah.
And it's just constant work, especially if it's in between movies.
Oh, sure.
Like take The Rock for example. He
Mhm.
came back to WWE for a couple times, and this was generally in between movies.
Mhm.
Batista did it. Stone Cold did it. John Cena's currently doing it right now.
Mhm.
Like these people come back, and all of it is because The Rock was able to break that barrier and open the door for your Batistas, your John
Oh, sure.
Cenas, your Stone Colds, your Randy Ortons.
Mhm.
All these WWE performers who have made it in movies. It's because of The Rock. Sure, you had Hulk Hogan in a movie before, a long time ago, and Andre the Giant, but
Yeah.
those, and no disrespect to those talents, those were
Right.
more like one-offs, because they weren't going into more box office movies.
The
Rock did that.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan was probably the one that was most successful at it beforehand, just because I think he had a handful of movies that were kind of, kitschy, but, he did it. But yeah, like Roddy Piper had the
Yeah,
one
he did that too.
had the one movie that he got really well known for. They live, but it's but
And
most-
the quote that lives on to this day.
absolutely. I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
And I'm all out of bubble gum.
Yep.
Yep.
I think he improv that. I think they said that they didn't have a line for him at the time, and he came in, and that's just what he said, and he's like, yeah, that stays in. That's
And
what-
it's cement. It's
Yes.
cemented for
yeah.
for the rest of his life and beyond.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's the thing that
know?
he's best known for now.
Yeah.
Out of all the things that he did, that's what he was best known for. But yeah, The Rock was the first time I think you really saw somebody from wrestling become like an actual major star, like that actually was like a box office draw star, like an actual cinematic movie star. And that does open up a lot of barriers, so that you started to see the other ones that started to come in and be able to break into Hollywood proper.
Yep.
It-
And he made some bad movies. He really cut his teeth and learned his craft, but he made bad movies.
Oh,
He
yeah.
made Tooth Fairy. Hell, he
Yes.
made Doom, and he even roasted himself about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know?
Doom. Hmm.
Doom was a terrible movie. It is a terrible movie, but it's not a bad movie to watch. If you want to just watch a trash movie,
Oh sure.
where you just want to
Sure.
eat a bucket of popcorn, you just watch a bad movie. I
Right.
like to do that. Like
Right.
I like watching those terrible sci-fi CGI movies like 10.5 Earthquake, those like
Sure.
apocalyptic movies where like the terrible graphics that were like early Star Trek, Star Wars, early kind of graphics where they're really cheap, almost like watching a Linkin Park video, in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I enjoy watching those garbage movies because
Sure.
they're entertaining. They're super predictable, but they're entertaining, and you're just like, you look at some of these people and you're like, oh, I saw this actor or actress in a major movie later on in life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everybody has to start somewhere. You got to start cutting your teeth somewhere.
Sure.
If The Rock didn't make it in wrestling, he
Mm-hmm.
probably wouldn't have made it as far as he is right now in Hollywood.
Sure.
He learns, and John Cena said it as well. Like, the reaction is different in wrestling. The reaction and instant gratification is right there. In movies, it's like a year later after they shot everything,
Yeah.
edited. But you're waiting for that reaction a year out.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
so you really gotta like hone your craft and learn your craft.
Oh, sure.
And wrestlers, the ones that are really good, that are also really good talkers, are also going to be good in movies because
yeah.
they're good talkers,
Yeah.
because they're good storytellers, because they can do all this.
Mhm.
You know, the way The Rock was able to carry himself, that we've seen through all of his phases, when he was Rocky Maivia, when he was just The Rock, coming up, the Brahma Bull, the People's Champ, Hollywood Hogan, when he was the bad guy. You see all these sides of him, and you're like, this makes sense. You can see those sides of him when you watch his movies like Fast or Fast when you watch Fast and Furious or Faster or Shaw and Hobbs or
Yeah.
you know, things like that, or Walking Tall,
Oh, yeah.
which
yeah.
was his debut, if I'm not mistaken. No, Scorpion King was.
I think
Well,
Scorpion
no,
King, yeah.
technically
Well,
well,
actually,
yes.
he would have appeared in Mummy too, right?
His
Before
debut as a lead actor was
Oh.
Walking Tall, if I'm
Okay.
correct, right?
that.
But his
It
Hollywood
probably
debut
was.
was Scorpion King, wasn't it? Or Mummy?
Yeah. Well, I think he was in Mummy 2. Was it Mummy 2? I want to say it was Mummy 2. Because he showed up as the Scorpion King. And then that was so popular that they brought him back and they did the actual story of Scorpion King as its own movie.
Yeah.
I believe that it was the Mummy 2 where that was like the first time that he was actually doing a film role. Where
Oh
where
yeah,
he
that
was
would have
the
made him
Scorpion.
the lead for that, wasn't it?
No, Brendan Fraser would have been the lead for Mummy 2.
No, for his Scorpion King
Oh,
movie.
for Scorpion King, yes, because he was the Scorpion King. He was playing that role.
Did that come out before or after Walking Tall?
I don't remember.
'Cause I always thought Walking Tall was his debut as a lead actor. But now that you're saying that, I could be wrong. It could have been Scorpion King.
If only there was an app on my phone that I could look at right now that would tell me. Let's see. Walking Tall was 2004.
Okay.
Scorpion King was 2002. So I guess
Okay.
Scorpion King came out first. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the first one where he was...
I had completely forgot that he did that movie. See, I remember him as the Scorpion King, but with the horrible CGI of him as the Scorpion King with all the claws and stuff.
Yeah, that was like 90s CGI.
That was like Linkin Park. That was like Points of Authority by Linkin Park quality right there.
Oh, don't say that around Alex. He'll get angry.
Why? Because he likes Linkin Park? I
Oh,
like
he
Linkin
loves
Park.
He loves Linkin Park, but he liked that video. I really
so do I.
liked the video.
But the,
It's a great
but,
video.
but you get what I'm saying, right? Like that the CGI for that was very much like Points of Authority, the CGI. Well, it wasn't that great, but it was visually stunning.
Mm.
The whole video itself, where it looked like a video game.
It's good for its time too.
Yeah,
It was good for its time.
for its time.
Speaking of time,
Yeah, I know. We're running out. Yeah, okay. I think that the first actual movie role that he had was in The Mummy Returns. It looks
Okay.
I'm looking back through his filmography, and I think besides the WWF stuff, that was like the first actual role he had. So Scorpion King would be like the first leading role he did.
Okay.
While he was still doing a lot of WrestleMania. Oh, there, and my favorite one, The Rundown. There's The Rundown. That was 2003.
That was with Sean William Scott and Christopher Walken, no?
Yes,
The Rundown?
that
That
one.
was a good movie.
I love that movie. That was such a
I
good
do
action
too.
film. So good.
Lots of good one-liners, lots of good quotes in that movie.
Oh, great pacing, great fight scenes. It's such a
And And the way Sean Williams and The Rock, the way their characters were, they really
They
complemented
interacted.
each other with their characters.
Oh yeah. The whole thing where he keeps saying I don't do guns, and like you see him like looking at the gun like he's like he hasn't had anything to drink for 3 years, and he's looking at a bourbon across.
Yes.
like the-
yes.
And the whole thing.
Or the way,
all
and
the-
like in the bar scene when he
Yeah.
says he doesn't do guns, but he knocks out those guys, and he drops the clip out of the gun, and it slides across the floor and trips the dude.
yeah, exactly.
Like that's like some John Wick
great.
stuff right there.
It's great stuff. Like it had so many cool things. It had like all the lead characters just get dirtier and bloodier throughout the entire movie from the start to the finish. Christopher Walken has his insane speeches that he does during the pit. It's just there's so much great stuff in that
He
movie.
was perfect in that role.
He was
And
so good.
for The Rock to work with him on that, like, he learned a lot
Oh,
from a guy like Christopher Walken.
Oh yeah. The
Right.
the Scottish pilot that comes out with the bagpipes at the end. And
Yes.
there's
Yes.
so many great things in that one.
Yeah, when he's flapping his gums and telling that story while he's sitting down while the gunfight's going on, and he's like,
Yeah.
shakalaka. You don't know exactly what he's saying. You just know he's talking a bunch of smack about what's going on,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then you get the boom shakalaka at the
Yeah,
end.
exactly.
That's all you remember from the whole movie out of that.
That's always a great that's a great film. I love that one. Great action film. But yes, as Alex is probably pointing out, is that it is quite late, even though we have rolled the clocks back. It's still almost 2. So we're gonna and yeah. So technically it's actually 3, but it's now 2.
What time is it over in Honolulu?
8:48.
8:48.
Yep.
That's
Still
almost
early over
late.
there.
Great. It's great living in the past compared to you two.
Oh no. Well,
We definitely should do this again.
yes.
We do this
I enjoy
every
this.
month.
Every month.
No, you do the podcast, not just.
No,
flopping
no,
your
we
gums.
do the live show every month.
We do
Oh.
the live show every month, yeah. First Saturday of the month, like 10 Eastern. And next month, I believe I am going to be playing Pray for the Gods, since it is winter themed. For everybody who likes giant boss battles. Gonna be,
Nobody.
That'd be interesting.
yeah, I've been looking forward. It's like Shadow of the Colossus, but it's the new, like a smaller new studio did Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah.
So, don't sound too excited, Alex.
Yeah, I'm not. You're welcome.
Great. That's fine. I am. So that's all that really matters. I'm the one playing it. Sorry. Anyway, anyone watching this later on, thank you for joining us. Thank you to Clayton for coming on. Clayton, good to see you
Cheers.
on stream for the first time.
No,
First
no.
one here.
In
A long
our
time coming.
live
Ours.
show,
Our
not
live.
for the stream. He streams plenty.
Oh no, you'd stream, but you haven't been on ours, so this is the first time. This is your inaugural visit to TPK, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's just a podcast next, I guess.
Yeah.
That's how it starts.
That's how it
Let's
starts.
go.
Oh no. Uh,
We can
and-
figure that out.
Yeah, we can figure that out. And of course, Datum. Thanks for Datum for coming by. And talking smack? No, he wasn't talking smack. What am I talking about?
He's always talking smack.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about smack. No, that's when we were talking about Cocaine Bear. Anyway, and of course, Crave, who has already gotten done with our bullshit, so she's left.
Yep.
And Alex, who is also there.
I'm also done with the bullshit, but I'm still here.
You're also still here. Yes, exactly. Hey, you know what? You're probably playing something you enjoy. So.
Not anymore. I've taken my game out. So.
Oh, you've taken your game.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Glad to know that went well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Threw it out the window.
Cool. Excellent. Shut put. Anyway. All right. So, folks, thank you for joining us, and we will see you on the next episode. And now.